Hello everyone, I am Xuan, the current head coach of EDG.M. Today I am bringing you content related to the early game combined with a match review of MKL. So I hope this lesson will give you some helpful insights and different perspectives on your understanding. Our main focus will be the first 30 seconds of the game. I also hope everyone can add their own insights on top of what I explain and bring that into the game to deepen your understanding. First, regarding the focus of the early game, I have divided it into the following 4 parts. The first is the opening deployment, which is what we often call the opening route and jungle offense defense. This is deployed based on the strength and focus of the team composition, the comparison of combat intensity between both sides, and the preparation for the tyrant fights around the 4-minute mark. The so-called line-up strength and strategic focus refers to whether the first wave requires defending the jungle or invading the enemy jungle. For example, if the opponent has a Pei plus Byron paired with a strong mid-laner composition, do I need to defend my own jungle? If I have a mid-support duo like Lady Jen plus Zhang Fei, which is relatively weak in the early game, how should I allocate my teammates? Alternatively, if I have an early game strong composition and the opponent is weak early, how do I carry out an attack and deployment in their jungle? Additionally, it involves which lane to help control resources during the first wave. For example, if Fatih is up against a hero like Charlotte, do we need to focus on helping the clash lane when 2 fighter side laners are confronting early on? Or if the marksman is a hero like Direnjie who needs to apply lane pressure early, is there a greater need to help the farm lane secure resources for deployment? Second, this refers to scenarios such as a tank jungler versus a carry jungler. If it is a Ogryn versus Nakoruru, does Nakoruru need to avoid Ogryn while farming gold during early skirmishes? If the enemy is a tank jungler like a Gudo, and our side is a scaling carry jungler like Ma Chao, and we cannot beat the enemy tank jungler in the early to mid game, can our opening pathing choose to avoid them while clearing the jungle? At the same time, we should make adjustments at confrontation. For example, if they go to the mid lane, can I go to the clash lane first to share a minion wave and then come back to mid to take minion wave later, rather than choosing to directly fight the enemy's tank jungler who is strong in early game? Third, this involves the deployment and planning before the 4-minute objective fight, specifically whether we need to contest the dragon. For example, if I choose a conventional red buff start, in this situation, when our 3rd round of red buff spawns, it happens to coincide exactly with the respawn time of the tyrant. In this case, if I am on the red side, there will be a very significant distance between our red buff and the dragon. Under these circumstances, there is a high probability that I will choose to clear the red buff and opt for trading the dragon, rather than coming over to contest the dragon fight and leaving the red buff uncleared. The second point of early game focus covers lane deployment. This involves discussing the lane priority of all 3 lanes at the start of the game, and then using that priority as a basis to discuss jungle defense and resource control. 1. Because lane priority intuitively affects jungle offense, defense, and resource control in situations where you can potentially win a fight and have the priority to clear waves, the mid laner can rotate first to support the farm lane or clash lane. Similarly, the clash lanes and farm lanes can create advantages through their 1v1 or 2v2 matchups, or even a 3v2 situation caused by the mid laner's early rotation. In these circumstances, we can discuss whether to swap lanes. In a lane swap scenario, for example, if I lack lane priority, I might find a better matchup or better resource control by swapping lanes, or having the marksman take the mid lane. This allows me to reverse the original counter relationship of the laning. 2. Additionally, you can use lane pressure and wave freezing to set up tower dives. 3. In a lane swap scenario, who is at a disadvantage needs to focus on anti-pressure and maintaining their health. This is to prevent being dove under the tower or being zoned away from minion. 4. In a lane swap game, the jungler can start at a stronger half map. This means starting on the side where your marksman and support are located and being prepared to either counter invade or trade jungles. Since the opponent will know you have swapped lanes, your clash laner will be facing the enemy marksman and support, making that lane naturally weaker. In this situation, if the enemy marksman and support gain lane priority, they are likely to enter your jungle. Therefore, we must be prepared to trade jungle camps or counter-invade. 5. Furthermore, in a conventional laning setup, you need to consider even-numbered skirmishes regarding resources. This means deciding the ownership of lane resources through 2v2 or 3v3 engagements and the strategic allocation of the mid laner. Next, let's talk about the gold distribution. I have divided gold distribution into two main parts. The first is lane gold. This involves strengthening minion gold through wave sharing, last hit, and wave freezing. Since the middle to latter half of last year, the concept of wave sharing has gradually become popular among various professional teams. Let's re-emphasize the principle of wave sharing. Due to the inherent value of minion waves, the farm lane gold is definitely the highest. Because the distance between waves in the mid lane is shorter, sharing waves there is easier. Consequently, the priority of the mid-axis in competitive play is quite high. Generally, sharing between the farm lane and mid lane is the most common scenario. The clash lane is an unconventional choice because it often involves wave freezing. However, with the teleport portal, a player can clear a wave and then quickly teleport to the mid or farm lanes to plan for the next wave. In the early game, wave sharing is a primary method for the jungler to significantly increase their gold. This is because the jungler's starting item, Hunting Knife passive, does not share gold with teammates for the first 4 minutes. If you use a knowledge gem or coordinate multi-person sharing so that the knife and knowledge gem offset each other, turning solo farm into 2-person or 3-person farm is highly efficient. Looking at this scene, 3-person wave sharing maximizes total returns. Solo last hitting yields roughly 150% of a single wave's gold value. 2-person yields 210% of base gold. If you add the 50% passive bonus from a knowledge gem or hunting knife, the total team gold reaches about 260%. You can see that having 3 people plus a support or jungler carrying an item in early game essentially equal 4 people. In this scenario, the total team gold only increases by 5%, but the individual income of the person getting the last hit drops from 130% down to 105%, a very direct reduction. If our goal in the early game is to prioritize the growth of a specific role, such as the jungler mentioned earlier, sharing with 3 people, 2 roles plus 1 with a passive item, is superior to sharing with 4 people. Wave freezing is now very common. By controlling the minion wave in a safe position, you lure the enemy forward to farm, thereby creating risk for them. By freezing the wave and letting minions kill each other, or preventing the opponent from last hitting, you reduce the enemy's income. This is a very direct way to expand your lane gold advantage. Resource gold. This is divided into neutral resources such as the Firehawk and Space Sprite, our jungle camps and enemy jungle camps. We maximize gold through resource allocation, aiming to keep the jungler as the core in the early game so they can drive the team's tempo. Let's look at this chart for respawn times and gold value. Each box presents a respawn times on the left and the gold value on the right. The left numbers indicates the base gold value and the value including the hunting knife passive. Regarding respawn times, small jungle camps technically respawn every 70 seconds. However, because there is a 2 to 3 second spawn animation, I have listed it as 73 seconds for more accurate calculations. For general memorization, 70 seconds is fine. The earliest resources are the farm lane neutral camp Firehawk. It spawns at 30 seconds and respawn every 60 seconds. It is worth 54 gold plus 20 gold distributed to each team member. This means the last hitter gets 74 gold and teammates get 20 each. The total team value is 54, 5, 5, 5, 20, Farco, 154 gold. Space Sprite respawns every 60 seconds. Its base value is 55 gold, plus a 10 gold bonus for the last hitter, which is 65 total, and 10 gold shared with teammates. It spawns 3 times total. The total value for 3 rounds is 3 times 55 plus 5, 5, 10, for 315 gold. In a real game, it's hard to secure all 3 rounds. Usually you aim for 1-2 rounds and plan for the dragon fight during the 3rd round. And for the 4th point, we will discuss dragon fight deployment and offensive options. 1. Deployment for dragon fight. We can break down the deployment in detail, which lane to prioritize, which bush should we control. The priority for the farm lane L bush and the mid lane long bush must be planned. Furthermore, for the 3rd respawn of jungle after the fight, should we accelerate the tempo? Everyone probably already known this, but today I am explaining the underlying principles in detail. Before the fight, we must discuss the lane priority of the 3 lanes. Clash lane priority. This determines whether the clash laner can rotate and how fast they arrive. The use of the teleport, whether to mid or farm lane, is okay. T his allows the clash laner to arrive first, creating an immediate numbers advantage for a 5v4 fight or securing better positioning. Mid lane priority. This is about vision control at the long bush entrance. By placing a ward at the bush behind the red buff, you apply pressure to their jungle. This forces the enemy to lose river vision and applies pressure to both their mid and farm lanes. Farm lane priority. This involves the river and the L bush choke point to prevent enemy ambushes. The second part is the analysis of lineup strength, which is team fight judgment, judging whether your lineup can win a fight at the 4-minute mark and whether you should engage. This is determined through the jungler's opening route. If starting in the farm lane jungle, the 3rd round of buffs will respawn right at the 4-minute mark, allowing you to either clear the buff before the dragon or, if you give up the dragon, use that time to accelerate your buff rotation. Conversely, if starting in the clash lane jungle, the 3rd buff respawn will coincide exactly with the dragon's spawn. In this scenario, as I mentioned, you either choose to give up the dragon or you intentionally delay the respawn time of your 2nd buff to prepare for a dragon fight, or you simply go for a dragon trade. Regarding dragon trading, everyone knows the benefit of the Overlord's Vanguard in the current patch is very significant. 2 waves of Vanguards can force the enemy to lose about 300 to 400 in minion gold. This is because there is a clear economic gap between dragon minions and standard minions. Vanguard gold is fixed at 120, 180 if last hit, whereas standard minion gold at the 4 to 6 minute mark can reach 230, 240. Consequently, across 3 lanes, 1 wave of Vanguards directly deprives the opponent of 150-200 gold, and 2 waves result in a 300-400 gold deficit. In this situation, if there is no dragon fight, side laners can freeze the waves or consider proxy farming if their speed is sufficient. Another factor is preventing a tempo swap, because the 4-minute dragon fight offers an extra possibility for a change in tempo. If the opponent does not contest the dragon, or if your side chooses not to, you can opt to break through the enemy's clash lane instead, since the opponent's focus will surely be on the dragon. You can use the previous mid-wave to scout for enemy positions, allowing the mid laner to pre-deploy and plan based on how many enemies are missing from the map. 3. Execution of the dragon fight. The fight is about locking the entrance. Use the L bush or the mid-river long bush to choke off the enemy's entry points from their blue or red side jungles. Heroes with crowd control should prioritize hitting the enemy jungler to prevent them from using smite or initiating a follow-up engagement. After the dragon fight, we look at the first half map tempo choice. Start tempo on the half side where jungler is at, switch half side when jungle respawns. Here, I want to introduce a concept, jungle creeping planning. This is a concept that has existed for a long time but is being increasingly emphasized in the current patch. Simply put, jungle creeping planning means using the respawn times and opening route to determine the direction and state of the jungle creep's respawn cycle. Let's look at the respawn times for each round of small camps and buffs. As mentioned in the previous chart, small camps respawn every 75 seconds. We calculate this based on a 70-second respawn timer, plus 2 to 3 seconds for the spawn animation, and another 2 to 3 seconds for the time it takes to kill the camp. For buffs, the respawn cycle is approximately 90-100 seconds, while the base respawn timer is 90 seconds. Adding the 2 to 3 second spawn animation and the 6-7 seconds required to kill the buff brings the total cycle to that 90-100 seconds. Based on these timings, we can determine that if you start at the red buff and clear the nearby small camps, those small camps will normally respawn around the 158 mark. If you start blue and clear the lizard, their respawn time will also be around 158. The small camps on the opposite side of the jungle will respawn later, around 220. For example, if you are a blue start jungler, the boars will respawn at roughly 220. If you start red, the respawn time for the lizard or cheetah will be around 220. At the same time, if you start blue, the second round buff will respawn between 210 and 215. This is decided by the speed of the jungler's first clear. For instance, some may finish the buff by 36 or 37 seconds. If junglers are weak, at level 1 might take 45 seconds, pushing the second respawn to 215. If the clear rate is fast, the buff might respawn at or even before 210. For the third round of buffs, we can extrapolate the base timing to be roughly between 355 and 420. Of course, in actual game, factors like mid-lane wave sharing, lane rotations, or intentional deceleration and acceleration will cause the final buff respawn times to vary slightly from our theoretical timings. It might be 10 seconds later or a few seconds earlier, but you can use this foundation to get specific jungle timings and choose your offensive options for the mid-game. Next, we will discuss jungle opening route, opening with mid or side, whether to start with the mid lane or a side lane. Starting with the lane minions generally delays your jungle respawn cycle by 15 to 20 seconds. This has become very common in the current patch. If you choose to deal with the mid wave, which naturally slows your jungle clear rate by 15-20 seconds. If you choose to start with the boar, their respawn time will be moved up earlier by 15 seconds, while other resources will be delayed by 15-20 seconds. This allows a jungler to take the first mid wave after the boars, maximizing their gold. As we have emphasized, the early game focus is always the jungler. We must think about how to maximize the jungler's gold because they may need to reach level 8 by the 4-minute mark. Furthermore, when teams reach the first confrontation at the dragon fight, it is very common in the current patch for the mid lane mage to immediately build a venomous staff to limit the enemy jungler's health regeneration. Conventional opening. These are the standard red or blue starts. Invade, defend. Opening, these are also common. If the opponent invades or you're forced to defend, your jungle tempo will be disrupted. In these cases, you must rely on the movements of your mid support during the first or second round to secure specific jungle timings and plan accordingly. Tempo change opening. These are not conventional. For example, after finishing the red buff, you might clear the small camps in the red zone and then immediately contest the space sprite or the enemy's spike tail. This is an unconventional tempo change opening. Let's look at what this looks like in real game. I've selected the 5th game between Team AG and KSG. Here we see a classic matchup of Argran versus Nakaruru. In this scenario, since everyone knows Lady Gen lacks combat strength in the early game, AG chose to adapt by deploying their Lady Gen in the farm lane. After helping Orgran accelerate his initial clear, Orgran chose to take the first mid wave. AG didn't contest the first mid-wave conventionally. Instead, they used it to speed up Orgran and move him toward resource control. Orgran's choice here was very clever. Knowing the opponent was a Nakaruru and invade on his own jungle was unlikely. As long as his clear speed was sufficient, Orgran could clear the mid-wave and immediately move to the bush behind red buff to scout Nakaruru's route. Simultaneously, he applied pressure to the enemy trio, helping our Ying secure the Spike Tail, Firebeak and the Space Sprite. By opting for this unconventional tempo change opening, Orgran secured the Space Sprite early. For KSG, this was acceptable because Nakaruru is weak early. Although they had Byron, AG's tempo change created a numbers advantage with Orgran, making a standard 3v3 impossible for KSG. They were forced to concede resources to protect Nakaruru's scaling. While Byron suffered from losing those early resources, Orgren ensured his clash lane resources were controlled, which is a standard method of opening now. After discussing opening jungle route, let's talk about the direct impact of jungle creeping planning. Because jungle creeping planning directly influences the positioning of both the enemy and allied junglers, as well as the judgment of resource timings. Essentially, the jungle creeping planning determines the orientation and focus of the early resources and defines the numbers advantage in resource skirmishes. The difference is massive between fight with a jungler and without a jungler. Take the contest over the space sprite we just saw. There is another way to handle it. For example, when the second mid wave arrives, if you don't want to fight the enemy jungler for the space sprite, you can push the wave when the second mid wave arrives, forcing the enemy jungler to clear that wave. This isn't limited to the second wave. Subsequent waves can be handled the same way. By utilizing wave pressure, you force the enemy jungler to take a disadvantage mid wave. Since a full wave of minion gold is definitely worth more than a single space sprite, players will make a very direct trade-off in these situations. 2. Planning for own and enemy jungles. Based on your own route and the respawn times of the enemy's small camps, you can use jungle creeping planning and the enemy's opening to plan direct moves against their small camps and buffs. If the opponent chooses to make a play on the opposite half of the map or changes their tempo at the moment their jungle respawns, their jungle is left completely idle. You can then plan based on their jungle state, factoring in the priority of your mid, clash or farm lanes. If your lane priority is higher and the enemy is forced to clear a disadvantageous wave, you can use minion waves to lock them under their tower and move in early to attack their small camps. 3. Influence on the lanes. Choosing between pressure, freezing and sharing, gank and anti-gank. When a jungler is present, you must be careful of an attack on your half of the map. For instance, if the enemy jungler started blue and your jungler also started blue, then at the 110 mark when the second wave meets and the space sprite spawns, you might not dare to contest the wave against the enemy side laner. You know for a fact the enemy jungler may be heading toward your side, placing you under immediate threat. Conversely, if you are on the offensive, you can plan your waves. When the enemy jungler is clearing your side of the map, you can bait them by taking damage or by freezing the wave. You wait until your own jungler clears towards your half of the map before attacking. Alternatively, you can freeze 2 waves of minions and share them with your jungler to maximize total gold. Next, regarding the deployment before the dragon fight and the offensive options afterward, I touched on this topic earlier. For example, if you start on the clash lane half of the map, your third round of buffs will respawn around the 4-minute mark. In this scenario, you have several options. I will mark them simply. For instance, trading dragons is the first option. The second option is to slow down the respawn of your second buff. For example, if your second buff would normally respawn around 220, you delay it until 230. By sharing a wave first or clearing a round of small camps, you push back the buff timing to better prepare for the dragon fight. Alternatively, you can choose to exchange the tempo, for example, breaking through the enemy's clash lane during the previous wave and completely abandoning the dragon fight. That is also fine. If you start on the farm lane side as usual, your third buff might respawn around 350 or 4 Wu. You can likewise use acceleration or deceleration to secure an advantageous position before the objective spawns. This is all planned based on the guidance and deployment of the jungle creeping planning. Therefore, jungle creeping planning is a vital concept that everyone needs to understand in the current patch. Then let's talk about the acceleration and deceleration. Acceleration means increasing the clear speed of jungle camps. For example, after securing lane priority or helping control a side lane resource, the mid laner or side laner on that half of the map can use their skills to quickly lower the health of the jungle camps and buffs, allowing the jungler to achieve faster, clear efficiency. Deceleration is done for the sake of the dragon fight or the next offensive tempo. You intentionally slow down the timing of the buff or small camps. This is most common with buffs. In such cases, you prioritize clearing waves first and then move to the dragon fight or plan an offensive move. This is also very common. In summary, so for jungle creeping planning, choose to attack on the half of the map where your jungler is present and play defensively on the half where the enemy jungler is present. Now let's look at the recent match in MKL and apply these concepts to the game. We'll focus on the first 5 minutes of Game 1. We see a conventional carry jungler duel. On the GK side, Fade chooses a conventional blue start. On the AG side, Jing also chooses a conventional blue start. Why did Fade choose to start on the Clash lane side? Because he knows his clear speed cannot compete with Jing. Even though they have a Byron, the 4v4 on the top side might not go well. So Fade chooses to avoid the fight. This opening also means Fade will have his blue buff available at the 4-minute mark. For GK, this means their dragon preparation might not be perfect. The best plan here is to avoid the first space sprite contest and actively control the second or third ones instead. Then, for the dragon fight, they should either decelerate their jungle rate or consider a direct dragon trade. At the 1-minute mark, you can see GK's Byron doesn't dare to step out. He knows his jungler is clearing toward the farm lane side, while the enemy Jing is clearing toward the Clash lane side. Against a high-speed jungler like Jing, she will certainly be out of the jungle by 110. Consequently, Byron cannot contest with Fatih because he faces a high risk of a gank. Even though they picked a strong hero like Byron, their space sprite is not guaranteed. GK's strong Byron has done nothing early on and his framing is suppressed. We see Jing perform a gank after camping in a bush, taking a chunk out of Byron's health. For some reason, Fatih didn't land all 3 hits of skill 1 on Byron immediately. Otherwise, Byron likely would have been killed even with flash available. Meanwhile, Fade is sharing a wave. It seems GK is focusing on the farm lane and leaving the Clash laner playing alone. In my opinion, Zhangfei should have come over to share the farm lane wave with Fade to maximize gold. Then, after clearing the blue zone, Fade could share the mid wave with Zhangfei before contesting the second space sprite. GK's route wasn't planned carefully enough. They went to steal an enemy small camp. While they succeeded, it meant they lacked the speed to get the second space sprite. For AG, Jing could easily make a trade. Since the second round of small camps respawns around 220 to 225, and Jing is catching a disadvantageous mid-wave while Fade is visible moving to his blue area, Jing could have stolen another small camp before returning to her red area and still contested the space sprite. Thus, the benefit of Fade stealing that one small camp was very low. It would have been better to share the mid-wave immediately and help Byron control the second space sprite. That would have yielded higher gold and overall benefits than the current choice. Through Fade's initial opening route, we can already see the foreshadowing. If he chooses to contest a 4-minute dragon fight, his blue will inevitably be in danger or his clear rate will slow down. Looking further into the game, and it's an exaggeration to say, based on Fade's choice of opening and subsequent handling, GK was destined for a disadvantage in the first 4 minutes. At this critical timing, the mid lane didn't choose to share the 2 waves and Zhangfei didn't prioritize the farm lane early. Simultaneously, they gave up the river vision early and then tried to force a dragon fight. Byron essentially teleported in first. Since AG's marksman and support duo didn't have lane priority, they couldn't touch the dragon immediately. Zhangfei pulled the dragon's aggro, leading to a contest. GK relied on their strong lineup and a successful smite to take the dragon. AG, playing a scaling Fatih, clearly didn't want a full team fight. However, Fade used his smite at this moment, giving AG a perfect opening to regroup after the dragon fight. Because Fade used smite and sacrificed his blue buff timing to fight for the dragon, his jungle was vulnerable. In this state, Jing had both smite and her ultimate ready, while Fade had neither. AG immediately grouped to invade Fade's blue area. GK's lineup is unique because Nuwa has a teleportation skill. Otherwise, Fatih could have ignored the fight while Byron was visible and chosen to intercept the minion wave instead. If it weren't for Nuwa, AG could have simply kited the dragon fight, forced you to use smite, and then maximize their gains by taking the Clash lane T1 tower plus the blue. AG's execution was excellent. Consequently, Jing's farming rate in the mid-game will completely outpace Fade, making her superior in both split pushing and team fighting. This shows how opening route and jungle creeping planning largely dictate resource ownership, dragon fights, lane pressure, and anti-gank capabilities. In the following games, AG performed very well while GK appeared weaker in their handling. In this specific match, both sides chose a conventional opening, clearing toward the clash lane, where Ying versus Baiqi and jungler Luna versus jungler Dun. Here, Yixing paired with Mosey managed to steal a small camp. Because the first wave consisted of Xiao Qiao and Zhang Fei is not a hero who can easily gain lane priority, AG's Dun should have moved to mid to provide vision and help Xiao Qiao clear, allowing Zhang Fei to help Chicha control farm lane resources. From my perspective, losing lane priority in a mid-support matchup and losing a small camp is hard for AG to accept. They needed to refine their layout. Notice that if GK's marksman support had warded the Reds back, while counter-clearing the small camp, and Ali had cleared the disadvantageous wave, Chicha and Mosey wouldn't have been able to burst down that small camp so easily. GK's follow-up wasn't great either. While Dun and Xiao Qiao were clearing the disadvantage mid-wave, Xiao Qiao used her skill 1, meaning they had no CC to hold anyone in the jungle. They could have rotated through the Reds back, cooperate with Ali, and pinched Chicha and Zhang Fei. If GK had executed this well, they would have gained a massive advantage. Both sides had room for optimization. At the 1 minute space sprite spawn, Luna chose to share a mid-wave. She knew Baiqi is relatively useless early while Dun is strong. In a 3v3 where jungle creeping planning is on the same side, she couldn't win the trade. Thus, sharing the mid-wave was a rational choice. Baiqi then froze 2 waves to share with Luna. Since the mid-wave hadn't been pushed, Mosey could have considered holding the river while sharing a wave in the farm lane. Otherwise, he would have given up the resources. It was painful for GK to secure neither the clash lane nor the farm lane neutral resources. Despite having a strong mid-support duo as Mosey and Yixing, and even though their jungler and side laner were weaker, that duo should have guaranteed at least one side's resources. GK simply didn't handle it well, and the lane priority at level 1 of the Mosey plus Yixing combo wasn't as effective as expected. After the opening route of both junglers, let's examine the ownership of the second wave of resources. Since neither jungler will be there, the mid laner has the option to move early. Xiao Qiao could have rotated to the space sprite first, leaving the second wave for Dun to solo clear. Dun could clear his small camp and then come over to solo the wave. Allowing the opponent to share a wave while Zhang Fei continues to coordinate a wave freeze is also a viable strategy. While we say wave sharing maximizes gold, when resource spawn, sharing can be delayed, because rotating to share should be reserved for when the jungler exits the jungle or when the mid lane needs to take the wave to radiate pressure to the side lanes. In this case, since your own jungle resources have already spawned and the farm lane is being frozen, a more rational layout would be Dun slowly clears his small camps and catches the wave late. Zhang Fei continues to pressure the lane with Chicha, and the mid lane priority is temporarily conceded. This would allow Xiao Qiao to immediately coordinate with Ying to control the space sprite and then return to help Dun accelerate. Otherwise, if your rate is slow, Luna has a window to steal the space sprite. As we see here, because Dun is slow and the enemy squeezes into the river late, they have space to take your resource. AG's handling here could have been more mature. It is true that sharing waves maximizes gold, but it is also perfectly fine for a jungler to take solo gold. In the early game, the mid laner acts as a sacrifice position to help the side lanes control resources and set the tempo. In the current patch, there is a heavy emphasis on the marksman support 2v2 matchup. This kind of deployment will likely become the standard in future patches. Now let's analyze the first 4 minutes. AG gained the advantage in both mid and farm lanes, so taking the dragon was the correct call. At this point, Xiao Qiao didn't even need to use her skill 1 on the minions. She should have focused on lowering the dragon's health immediately. Since Ying moved first and Luna had blue buff to clear, Dun abandoned his blue to secure the dragon. GK had no response and could only rely on Moses to try for a steal. Due to the jungle creeping planning, AG's red and GK's blue are on the same side, and in the next round, AG's blue and GK's red will align. Given this, AG chose to force a half-map offensive, which was their first choice of offensive timing. Because the jungle creeping planning is obvious, even if AG didn't have GK's exact jungle timers from the previous round, they could use loop calculations and clear rates to plan an invasion of GK's red. This play is essentially taking red to fight for red. Because Chicha already had a red buff and Zhang Fei's laning capability is significantly stronger than Mosey, they sued the bottom wave. Normally, Zhang Fei could have moved a bit slower to escort Chicha from the river, while Dun arrived early to choke the entrance and occupy the jungle. This would have guaranteed the red buff. Although the specific positioning in the jungle wasn't perfect this time, the logic holds. I have a red buff advantage, farm lane priority, and priority in both mid and clash lanes. The taking red for red invasion is completely valid. AG did well on this round. If they were committed to a 5-man fight for the red buff, they didn't need to play it sneaky. They should have just locked down the positions. At that moment, Dun was essentially invincible. The combined damage of Mosey, Yixing and Luna was nowhere near enough to kill him, especially with Zhang Fei there to peel and Chicha entering from the back. They could have taken it easily. Perhaps AG didn't want to play that aggressively, resulting in the red buff coming down to a smite battle. Their primary goal was to deny Ali the buff, but AG's composition strength and prior setup could have supported a total takeover. If they encountered this lineup again, they can push the strength further. The combat power of Yixing, Baiqi, Mosey and Luna simply cannot match a Zhang Fei with his ultimate, a Dun with his passive, and a Chicha with both a red buff and an ultimate. In a true confrontation, the gap would be very obvious. Let's look at the third game. Although GK won, AG's early game handling was actually superior. You can see that GK is slightly lacking in early game planning, which is an area they need to strengthen. In this match, Neja chose to help Haya with a mid start, which is very rational. Haya has natural lane priority, and with Neja's help to stabilize the mid wave, Haya could rotate early to control resources. We see Haya immediately move to help the clash laner Ying to secure resources, and Dolia also had the advantage. However, because Nua was visible on the map, and perhaps Kui was careless, Kui was caught and killed by Nua. Regarding the junglers, Yang Jian chose a boar start to take the mid wave and then clear his blue. This boar start was likely purely to maximize gold. In terms of jungle creeping planning, Yang Jian is definitely stronger than Neja at level 4. The key for Yang Jian in this game was to have Dolia present for every wave sharing opportunity, and perhaps a few solo mid waves to maximize his gold. The Dolia plus Yang Jian combo at the 4-minute mark is heavily dependent on reaching level 8 and having the passive ready. If Yang Jian hits level 8 with the passive and Dolia provides double ultimates, he is kind of invincible at that stage. By 1:30, Yang Jian finished his clear and shared a wave. Normally, since the jungle creeping planning indicated Neja was on the bottom half of the map, Yang Jian could have tried to contest the spike tail. I'm not sure why AG didn't contest it. Perhaps they feared Haya would trap them or that Ying would steal it. AG chose to stay close to the mid-axis for the next wave sharing. Their control of the mid-axis was excellent because Guan Yu prioritized rotating to mid every wave. If GK tried to fight in the mid lane, AG's Guan Yu would arrive first to create a numbers advantage. GK's lineup choice was perhaps less rational. Kui needs to fight for river control, and pairing him with Neja and a single target burst hero like Haya creates some structural issues in the team comp. However, it's possible the Kui is a unique pick. He is actually quite effective at shutting down Yang Jian individually. Since AG lacked a true frontline, if Yang Jian fell behind, the duo of Haya and Kui could severely limit him. While the lineup was strange, it offered clear counters to Yang Jian, including Haya limits Guan Yu. At 4 minutes, for GK, the best way to handle the pre-dragon wave is for the marksman to avoid trading. If the opponent pushes, freeze the wave under your tower and push it together with the next wave. This guarantees lane priority before the dragon fight 80% of the time. Instead, there was a trade. From a macro perspective, this fight was unnecessary. By trading like that, GK essentially abandoned the dragon fight, as Dahlia and Yang Jian would take the dragon easily. Still, because Neja and Flowborn Marksman both needed to farm for the first 4 minutes, avoiding the 4-minute power spike of Yang Jian was also fine. Looking at AG, reaching 4 minutes with only a level 7 Yang Jian is also not ideal. AG should have managed his farm better to ensure he hit level 8 for the dragon fight. Then let's look at next game and see what needs optimization in the early game, including the jungle creeping planning and how it works in the game. In the game 4, they selected a conventional mid-laner matchup. If Atta chose a boar start in this game, I think it might be because he was afraid of Ukyo invading his jungle early, but Ukyo's teammate Heino actually does not have very strong jungle invading ability. I suggest GK's Atta should have chosen a mid start, which would be better because clearing speed of Atta and Garuda is very fast. Otherwise, as a tank jungler, having a boar start and then take mid would slow down the jungle clearing rate and change the jungle creeping planning, causing the team to have almost no contest power for the space sprite. In this game, GK's mid-jungle side trio is not weak and is fully capable of taking a confrontation. They chose to protect farm lane resources, but in the early game, Fatih did not get a single resources himself as all 3 resources were controlled by AG. So Dharma is completely superior to Fatih in early laning, and at this moment Dharma even froze the wave and lowered Fatih's health, making Fatih quite uncomfortable. For GK's Atta, there are some improvements can be done in this game. Normally, if there is no pressure on the farm lane, the mid laner and support can go down to help Chano defense. Atta should not share the farm lane wave. What Atta should do is taking the red buff, clearing the jungle while letting Fatih share some of the gold and help Fatih control the second space sprite, then share the waves. Look what happened here. GK forced out Lung's ultimate. The profit is not very high. From a goal perspective, it is even a total loss. For the jungler position, I suggest focusing on your own scaling in the early game. Aita is a kind of hero who needs to invade the enemy jungle early when he is strong. When he was engaging on the lane, which has no profit, his own jungle creeping planning becomes messy. As you can see, the red buff was idle for nearly 20 seconds. While small jungle resources were even taken by the enemy Dharma. Under these circumstances, Fatih did not receive any resource in early game and the jungle creeping planning was completely disrupted. From the opening route to the jungle planning, it was already quite chaotic. Furthermore, if Atta tries to contest with Ukyo's on scaling, Ukyo's potential in the mid-game will definitely be stronger than Atta's, while Atta's strength lies in his early to mid-game combat capability. In this game, GK's Atta did not find a comfortable contest direction. He probably needs to optimize which side is more appropriate to contest. Then looking at the dragon fight, which was influenced by GK's messy jungle creeping planning. AG took the dragon quietly easily. Because GK's jungle clearing was slow, Atta was kind of forced to clear the jungle. AG could also do some optimization to make this dragon fight easier. Before the tyrant respawn, if Ukyo helps clearing the farm lane wave, they can have that land priority. Then they can test the tyrant in the L bush, while Dharma plays in a flank position. Even GK fully commit to the dragon fight, AG would hold more advantages as Fatih is weaker than Dharma at this point. Next, let's look at next game. This game features the Liang and Princess Frost combo, which is very common in the KPL right now. However, there is a problem in GK's opening. As we have seen across these games, GK's openings are generally weak. Perhaps only the Neja game was decent. In this opening, it would have been better for a Guido to choose a conventional red start and Liang chooses a conventional mid start. Because Charlotte was already in a relatively weak matchup, the opponent could easily let Ali to mid and coordinate with Ogran and Diadia to invade the jungle. Whether they invade blue or red, the gains are very obvious. With Liang and Princess Frost, they could guarantee 100% lane priority in first mid wave. Even if Ogran, Ali and Diadia tried to contest mid, the Liang Frost duo could chase them off. Based on that initial movement, Agudo could have cleared both sides of the jungle peacefully. Instead, they chose to help an anti-pressure hero, like Consort Yu, to control resources during the first wave. The returns on that are very low. In this game, the focus for GK should have been Agudo and Charlotte. They needed to help Charlotte control resources while ensuring Agudo maintained a safe clear rate without being invaded by Ogran. That is the most reasonable approach. AG's layout also had room for optimization. Ideally, Lady Jen should have stayed in the farm lane, since Arlie is naturally at a disadvantage against Consort Yu, and Lady Jen lacks early offensive ability. AG had a lineup of Sun Si, Diadia, Arlie and Argran. GK's blue half map is extremely vulnerable. AG only needs to be prepared for a jungle trade, or even if GK steals a buff, AG could clear all small camps and control the space sprite. The trade is still acceptable. For AG, the best move is invading the blue. Invading red causes sacrificing a wave, which results in a loss. Even if they manage to steal a red buff in this game, the gold value of a single buff compared to a lost minion wave is not a net gain for AG. For AG, since Sun Si, Ogran, Arlie and Diadia are all early game powerhouses, a blue invasion was the right call. Both sides have flaws in their deployment that they may need to improve based on lineups. 100 different linear ups require 100 different opening styles. You will have to do your own research. Then, let's dive into the last game. Menki's jungle clear rate is relatively slow. Heino successfully zoned out a Lianpo during the first wave. Actually, Heino could have keeping laning higher in mid instead. Even if Lianpo rotated down to the farm lane, he was too low on health to influence the contest between Direngie and Dharma. By holding higher in mid, Heino could have created free 2v2 or 1v1 environments for the side lanes. Instead, Haya managed to steal one of Menki's jungle creeps and continuously harassed Menki, meaning Heino provided no support in this situation. Regarding the jungle creeping planning, Fade chose a conventional red start, clearing toward the clash lane, helping Byron control resources. AG obviously played around Byron in early game. On the other hand, GK picked Direngie, so it's understandable they played around him. However, after Heino gained such a massive advantage from getting the first lane priority and profit from the mid lane 1v2, the follow-up could have been better, such as helping Menki accelerate. Menki is a hero slow at clearing. Without help, his rotations out of the jungle and his ability to help clear mid are very passive. Then, let's look at the 4-minute mark. Earlier, both Fade and Menki started red, so Menki would have a red at this time. AG could either invade GK's red or directly attack the T1 tower on farm lane. The moment Yangjian showed himself on the map, Byron could go to proxy the clash lane wave, making it a disadvantageous lane for GK. In addition to GK's red respawn, GK has to send 2 people to take care of that. Then Biren could teleport to down and guarantee taking down GK's farm lane T1 tower. This would have been the optimal play for AG. Perhaps Byron was afraid of being caught, so he did not act like that. But if you take a look at GK's lineup, GK doesn't actually have very strong lockdown potential. As long as AG provided enough vision and Lianpo or Haya successfully stalled the opponents for a moment, Byron could have finished the proxy lane and moved down to attack the farm lane tower. That T1 tower was essentially a guaranteed take due to Menki's jungle creeping planning, and that's why Menki needs help on Accelerator jungle clearing. Now Haya's rotation also prevented Menki from taking his red buff and forced her to respond. AG played quite flexibly here. In my view, while this could have been a fixed tempo, AG excelled by exploiting Menki's slow clear speed and using the jungle creeping planning to create a distracting setup, ultimately securing gains in the opposite jungle. That concludes everything for today's lecture. My primary goal was to explain the concept of jungle creeping planning so that everyone understands how it works in the early game. Hopefully, this gives you a more insights of how it dictates dragon fights, the selection of your first offense, and the logic behind opening routes. By the way, don't forget that we have a quiz due in 1 week. Thank you for joining this class. See you.
Hello everyone, I am Helios. Welcome to today's match review lesson. About me, I have worked in the esports industry for over 10 years, with experience of being head coach, training director, manager, and data analyst, all related to MOBA games. For Honor of Kings, I have worked as a professional for 8 years. I used to coach for TES, DYG, WB, and RNG. I achieved the runner-up position at the 2019 KPL and reached the semifinals at the World Champion Cup. Now, let me take you to review one recent match from professional leagues. Compared to previous years, this year's international competitions have been incredibly intense, with several unexpected scores popping up throughout the playoffs. The PKL was likely the first region to conclude its regular season, and the team that caught my attention most was Team Flash. This team entered the playoff stage as the 6th seed from the regular season. They pulled off a massive comeback from 0-2 to 4-2 against the 3rd-seeded EDG.M Esports, followed by a dominant 4-1 victory over the traditional PKL powerhouse Boom Esports. In the upper bracket finals, they edged out the defending champions Blacklist with a 4-3 scoreline to secure their spot in the grand finals. So, what exactly did Team Flash do right during this playoff? What kind of performance allowed them to take down 3 opponents? In today's lesson, I will walk you through a match analysis of Team Flash versus EDG.M Esports. We will skip the details of the first 2 games and just look at the overall momentum. In Game 1, Team Flash was completely steamrolled. With a gold gap approaching 10,000, they attempted to hold their ground but were ultimately finished off around the 17-minute mark. However, Game 2 told a different story. Team Flash lost due to a comeback. By the 11-minute mark, they held a 6,000 gold lead and had already taken down 1 high ground tower. Ultimately, they lost a decisive fight around the Tempest Dragon at the 22-minute mark, despite having the advantage of 3 high ground. From the coach and player perspectives in a BO7 series, this kind of loss does not necessarily inflict heavy psychological damage. Even though they were down 0-2 in the series, the fact that they could build such a massive lead in game gave the players and coaches the confidence that their opponents weren't invincible and were entirely beatable. They just needed to tighten up their execution moving forward. Therefore, let's begin our analysis from Game 3 of this BO7 and see what Team Flash started doing better than EDG.M Esports. Looking at the hero pool consumption in the pick ban phase, both teams had already picked Flowborn. Under current tournament rules, Flowborn can only be used once per BO series. Whether you play him as a tank, mage, or marksman, once any form is picked, the hero is unavailable for the remainder of the BO7. Since both teams had already used him, the variables for the subsequent BP phases remained equal. In terms of hero strength, EDG.M Esports was slightly at a disadvantage. They tended to lean toward heroes with higher overall utility and stronger counters, such as Dharma, Haya, Guan Yu, and Lung. Game 3 was critical for Team Flash. Losing this game would put them in a nearly insurmountable hole. Consequently, Team Flash was expected to bring out one of their most aggressive compositions. EDG.M Esports, on the other hand, had a choice. They could meet them head-on to potentially secure 3 match points or employ a strategic mismatching by sacrificing this game's draft to regain BP advantage for Game 4. This is a matter of coaching strategy involving hero pool management, player status, and tactical depth. There is no right or wrong answer. Let's see how they played their hands in Game 3. As expected, from a BP standpoint, EDG.M Esports chose to fight fire with fire by picking very strong meta heroes like Chicha and Ukyo Tachibana. On the other side, Team Flash opted for a high-pressure early-game offensive draft featuring Byron, Pei, Mai Shiranui, and Mozi. Regarding early-game strategy, let's take a look at the game footage. Team Flash had Pei and Mai, allowing them to contest and occupy both mid-lane bushes early. With Mosey's long-range poke and high early-game damage, Team Flash held an absolute advantage in the first mid-wave contest. They capitalized on this by using the bushes to control vision and positioned Lady Sun in the mid lane to leverage their hero strength and lane priority for an invasion. After securing vision, Mai Shiranui rotated to the farm lane to clear minion waves. Typically, many mages can hold their own, or even pressure a marksman in a 1v1, but we won't dwell on that, as it didn't happen here. After securing vision, Pei intentionally avoided splitting Lady Sun's XP, allowing her to hit level 2 immediately. This significantly increased their success rate for a jungle invasion. Meanwhile, Biron had absolute lane priority against Chicha, clearing the first wave instantly. With these details executed, Pei invaded the enemy's blue buff, being supported by a level 2 Biron, a level 2 Lady Sun, and a level 1 Mosey. J-Game Esports faced immense pressure with almost no room to defend. J-Game Esports failed to account for this possibility in their setup. Ukyo Tachibana started at his red buff with the intention of clearing upward to get the space sprite. Ideally, they could have had Lapu Lapu and Yuhuan aggressively contest one side of the bush while Ukyo Tachibana waited mid to spot Pei's position before starting his clear on the opposite side of the map. This would have prevented Pei from stealing his jungle. Of course, even if J-Game Esports had done this, a successful defense wasn't guaranteed given the early game strength of Team Flash's lineup. Overall, Team Flash's early game strategy was executed exceptionally well. The opening strategy is highly variable, with no single absolutely correct approach. The key is to master a few core factors. 1. Lane priority. 2. Vision control in both bushes of the mid lane. 3. Hero strength at levels 1 and 2, based on the skills learned. By the 1-minute mark, Pei was low on health and rotated back to clear his own jungle. In most cases, this rotation goes from red to blue, meaning Pei temporarily had no window to contest neutral objectives. Ukyo Tachibana correctly read this information. Instead of full clearing his blue side, he immediately rotated to the clash lane to contest the space sprite. This was a sharp tactical adjustment. At this point, the duo of Ukyo Tachibana and Chicha could easily overpower Biron and Mosey, allowing them to secure the space sprite and regain some of the early game deficit. However, the Lapu Lapu failed to organize these information. He blindly went toward the top side to help Uiko and Chicha. But this unnecessary movement allowed Lady Sun to steal their boar. The space sprite in the clash lane spawns at 1 minute, while the firehawk in the farm lane spawns at 30 seconds. When setting up the opening, consider whether the neutral resources on both sides are contestable and try to ensure your team secures at least one side's resource. Meanwhile, let's look at the farm lane. Renjie had the advantage over Mai Shiranui and should have been able to pressure her out. Instead, he played overly conservative, allowing Mai Shiranui to keep pushing the waves. Had Renjie reacted to his teammates' positioning and pressured the lane aggressively, he could have used his range advantage to poke her down, even if his burst potential is lower than Mai's. This likely would have secured the Firehawk for his team. Furthermore, while building boots for fortitude is standard for Renjie, it was completely unnecessary against a hero like Mai Shiranui. He can buy boots of dexterity to maximize his damage output, swapping back to boots for fortitude once he had to lane against Lady Sun later. Maximizing item efficiency is exactly what Renjie should be doing in that situation. Now let's look at this scene around the 3-minute mark. J-Game Esports Lapu-Lapu attempted a bush ambush. Spotting Mosey passing by, he called for Ukyo and Yuhuan for this kill. Their attempt failed, and even got counter-killed by Team Flash's follow-up. This is a classic mistake often seen in rookie players. From Lapu-Lapu's perspective, he was hidden and felt that as long as his teammates followed up, the kill was guaranteed. However, he ignored the mid-lane priority issue. At that moment, his teammates' priority was to farm gold and prepare for the Tyrant. If J-Game Esports had cleared their waves first before looking for a chance to kill, Team Flash's rotation would have been much slower. And at the very least, J-Game could have forced out enemy abilities and health for free. For Lapu-Lapu, unless it is a major teamfight tempo, you shouldn't force a play that requires teammates to sacrifice their tasks, especially if they can't follow up. Instead, he should have focused on tracking the enemy's movement to ensure his mid and farm lanes could clear waves safely. The Tyrant spawns at 4 minutes. Generally, we need to start preparing at 3:30. To handle the team fight around the Tyrant well, there are a few key points to note. 1. Lane priority, especially in the mid lane and farm lane. 2. Vision control in the right bush of mid and the river area near the Tyrant. 3. The status and health of all heroes on both teams. Lapu-Lapu's mistake didn't just cost him his life. It led to Direnjie getting Dove under the tower shortly after. Team Flash's offense was both fierce and precise. Since this was when 4-minute Tyrant spawned, the negative impact of Lapu-Lapu's play was far more than just 2 kills. Because Ukyo had started at his red buff, it was likely respawning around the 4-minute. As the attacker, Team Flash parlayed those 2 kills into a T1 bottom tower, the enemy red buff, and the Tyrant. This created a massive tempo. In contrast, J-Game Esports could only attempt to attack Team Flash's clash lane to mitigate their losses. In professional matches, the 3:30 mark is crucial. Every detail, health, cooldowns, minion waves, and vision dictates who wins the 4-minute Tyrant. Lapu-Lapu's attempt to find an opportunity turned into a feed, and that judgment had a cascading effect. Therefore, my understanding is this. If a team intends to contest the Tyrant, every action leading up to it must serve that goal. You only take fights you are certain to win before that node. While players will inevitably make mistakes, the goal is to keep key timing windows as controlled as possible to increase the team's error tolerance. Following this sequence, Team Flash successfully snowballed their lead. After the Tyrant was taken and J-Game Esports managed to take down a Clash lane turret, the game entered what we call a half-map tempo. At this stage, teams group up more tightly to ensure safe farming and avoid getting picked off. Strategically, Team Flash needed to secure the red buff. Since Lady Sun was well farmed and the farm lane T1 tower was already down, the most likely play was for her to take the red buff and push the top lane. Being at a disadvantage, J-Game Esports actions were passive. Had they analyzed Team Flash's strategy, they should have pushed the farm lane only. Instead, they stacked a 5-man mid-push to pressure Flash. However, they lacked the goal to be truly combat effective, as most of their core items were lacking. Also, the mid-lane terrain is easy for teamfights, so Team Flash decided to engage and secured a massive victory.
Nung kinagat ng red buff, alam mo na eh.
Ramdam mo na na gano'n yung mga... Oh! Gitna!
Cannon Blast, may Morphle Tempo para kay Evalis.
Naiwan si
Kamalong sa
Kalma.
loob si Kuya Khan, pero dami na ipit. Raging Sea!
Patay ang jerks!
Lumadagas ang Waterfall!
Ayan na sila!
Nitsuha going down! Ang daming knock-up! Si Khan may buhay pa rin hanggang ngayon. Napakakuha talaga ng isang Byron, pero Kunyo na naman para kay Mix! And the Kanchusen will connect to finish that kill!
Iba talaga ang Byron.
The half-map concept. Professional teams typically start entering the half-map tempo around the 5-minute mark. At this point, in order to allow their carries to scale more safely, besides splitting the map and holding one side, each position is carefully assigned specific roles. 1. Core damage dealers focus on farming. For example, the marksman in the farm lane, or heroes like Fatih and Charlotte in the clash lane. 2. Heroes with crowd control or frontline capabilities are responsible for holding vision, ensuring that the core heroes have a safe environment to farm. The optimal strategy for J-Game Esports was to avoid fighting and wait until their carries got their core items. In that decision-making window, if J-Game had sent D-Renje to push the bottom lane undercover while the rest of the team held mid at a safe distance, Team Flash wouldn't have found such an easy engage. At this point, Team Flash had won another small skirmish by repeatedly punishing J-Game Esports' mistakes. Their next steps were simple: track the enemy jungle timers, maintain offensive, and close out the game once they secured the Shadow Tyrant. To build a bigger snowball and increase your chances of winning the game, it is crucial to track the opponent's jungle respawn timers and apply constant pressure. Conversely, for the defending side, organizing defense based on clear respawn timings is also one of the essential skills for professional teams. Generally, offensive plays are structured around the respawn timers of the buffs, which have a 90-second respawn window. During the next minute, Team Flash did indeed pressure J-Game Esports' red buff, and through effective wave management, they managed to chip away at the health of the farm lane high ground tower. However, the Pei got a bit greedy, attempting to force the tower down in a single wave. This allowed Lapu Lapu to find an opportunity, initiating a 5v4 teamfight that ultimately resulted in a 2-for-2 trade. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with Team Flash's Pei going for the high ground tower, but he couldn't afford to be greedy. At that specific moment, Byron was not present. Had he been there to make it a 5v5, their win rate in a team fight would have been extremely high given the current golden item gap. But they only got 4 members at that time. Every movement should have been more conservative. Watan they saw Lapu Lapu's teammates approaching. He should have disengaged and repositioned. He could have simply waited for the next wave or looked for a steal. Given Pei's high mobility, shields, and basic attacks, there was no rush to take the high ground. Furthermore, breaking the high ground at that exact second would not ended the game. They still needed to play around the upcoming Shadow Tyrant and Overlord. Their advantages would have been squandered if they were taking this risk. Fortunately for them, J-Game Esports hero mechanics and positioning were slightly off, failing to chain their crowd control into a lethal combo, which resulted in an even 2-for-2 trade. Otherwise, Team Flash would have suffered a major setback. By the 8-minute mark, Team Flash was much less aggressive in their high ground siege. Despite having a numbers advantage this time, the previous lesson learned meant they only poked at the tower a few times, then backed off. It's clear the players were adjusting themselves in real time. As I mentioned before, Pei chipping away at the tower bit by bit, combined with Lady Sun's basic attacks, is a slow but safer method. Since there were no neutral objectives available on the map at that time, this approach was particularly effective. During this slow tower-taking phase, J-Game Esports was forced to look for opportunities to poke Team Flash, otherwise they would face a slow death. However, in this sequence, Chicha's positioning was slightly overextended. While he was trying to poke their health, he stepped too far forward and was caught by Mai Shiranui. Team Flash immediately dove under the tower, securing a 0-3 team fight and successfully taking down both the clash lane and mid-lane high ground towers. As the attacker, as I analyzed earlier, Team Flash simply could not rush their pace. By the 9-minute mark, they had pushed 3 high grounds, and from the second time onward, they played with great composure, slowly taking down the defense. Even with a gold lead approaching 6,000, they remained in order. This is exactly how an attacking side should play. Their true opportunity for a decisive strike should wait until they have the Shadow Tyrant or Shadow Overlord. With those 2 buffs, their success rate in a final push increases significantly, and even if the push fails, the opponents wouldn't be able to immediately counterattack by taking those key neutral resources. When in an advantageous situation, you should avoid high-risk actions as much as possible. Wait until the Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrant spawn at 10 minutes and are killed, then launch the final attack. Team Flash successfully secured both the Shadow Tyrant and the Shadow Overlord, pushing the minions right up to GUIDEBOok Esports base. However, in this team fight, Pei was the first to fall, causing this attack could not finish the game. Let's look at the details of this team fight that could have ended the game. Looking back at 11-11. At this time, every player's position was revealed on the map, so there was no need for a teammate to scout for flankers. Under these conditions, the fight comes down to the durability of the front line and whether the CC provided allows the carries to output damage comfortably. However, at this moment, Baron was not positioned between the Lady Sun plus Pei and the enemy. Mosey was also not in a spot where he could quickly peel. This left both carries exposed to the opponents. Proper formation is only the first step. The second step is observing whether the Shadow Vanguard has reached the base and is within range to attack the base. Sometimes enemy minions will clash with yours just outside the base, preventing your minions or the Vanguard from threatening the base. At this point, the front line must push forward to create space while the ranged heroes clear the enemy minions to let the Vanguard into the base radius. Third, the primary engager should initiate the fight the moment the Vanguard arrives. The hero capable of doing this was Mai Shiranui. If the initiation is successful, front line goes front. The carries can follow up with burst damage on their core target. Even if the engage isn't perfect but provides enough CC, the carries can still focus the base to create immense pressure. If these three details had been executed correctly, the probability of ending the game right there would have been 90%. Unfortunately, the execution was just a bit off. When the minion wave is about to reach the enemy base and you are preparing to end the game, there are two key points requiring your attention. 1. Whether the minion wave has already reached the enemy base and is able to effectively attack the enemy base. 2. Pay attention to the positions of the enemy heroes and maintain your team's offensive formation. Ultimately, the trade between Pei and Chicha was a 1-for-1. Team Flash failed to end the game there and the match continued. However, as I noted previously, there were no neutral objectives left on the map. GUIDEBOok Esports could only claw back a bit of gold at most. Without either of the two major objectives, they lacked the leverage to mount a true counteroffensive. In the final clash, although Team Flash's positioning wasn't perfectly coordinated, the synergy between Mosey, Lady Sun, and Mai Shiranui successfully took the opponents down to low health. They followed up by smoothly sieging the base and won the game.
Kaya pa,
25 seconds on the timers.
try their best, pero sakto na naman naghanap lang sa may panel up ng isang knock-up. Muna si Pansit, let's go medyo malayo sa kanyang Crystal mismo. At tatapusin na nila ang laban ngayon para ma-maintain pa ang laban na ito. 2-1, ibigay mo para sa FLPH.
Alright, moving on to Game 4. Let's see if GUIDEBOok Esports goes all in on strong heroes to force a match point and whether their bans are effective. On the other side, we'll see if Team Flash has enough strong picks left to maintain the offense they showed in Game 3. Starting with the ban pick analysis, Team Flash banned Mai Shiranui. The intent here is clear. They want to prevent GUIDEBOok Esports from playing an aggressive early game against them. The Neja ban feels like a targeted respect ban, likely a hero GUIDEBOok is particularly comfortable with. GUIDEBOok Esports meanwhile banned Haya. Haya is heavily tied to jungle carry setups and Dolia plus Yangjian compositions. She also possesses strong early combat capabilities and offers various tactical possibilities. Additionally, the Zhang Fei ban was a logical choice given that Team Flash had already picked Lapu Lapu and Lian Po. In the current meta, those three are the most well-rounded tanky supports. Both sides showed a lot of strategic depth in their bans. As for the picks, I won't comment too much on them as they reflect the distinct play styles and coaching philosophies of each team. For instance, choosing Jing as a solid answer to Nua or Yao to handle Guan Yu and Jing. However, in the second phase of bans, I believe J-Game Esports should have prioritized banning Chicha. They could have left Arlie open, as Chano is a natural counter to Arlie, but Chicha's strength and the threat he posed to their specific draft was much higher. Because Chicha slipped through, I feel Team Flash's draft ended up much better than J-Game's. Looking at in-game analysis, Team Flash's opening strategy revolved around using Liang's skill 2 to help Jing clear the jungle quickly, while Garuda solo kept mid-lane priority. The side lanes were left to manage themselves or provide slight assists to speed up Jing's rotation. J-Game Esports didn't need to fear a repeat of the previous game's jungle invasion, as Team Flash's level 1 combat strength was much lower this time. J-Game's mid-support only needed to focus on helping two side lanes to secure neutral resources after clearing the mid-wave. Furthermore, there was a high probability Team Flash would clear from red side up, so Jing could assist Guan Yu in contesting the space sprite, while also utilizing teleport to gain an extra wave. Conversely, J-Game Esports 2v2 combat power at level 4 is weaker to Team Flash's, so their best bet was to avoid direct confrontation and focus on farming. It was a wise move for Yao to start red and clear downward to avoid Jing. Here is another tip for opening strategy. 1. Using hero traits to quickly clear jungle camps is also a common strategy. 2. When facing stronger enemy heroes, avoiding their jungle clearing route is also a common strategy. By the 4-minute Tyrant, because Team Flash's Jing started red, most of their members were on the bottom half of the map. With both mid lane and farm lane priority, their chances of winning a Tyrant were very high. J-Game Esports, having also started red, was positioned at the upper half of the map. Since their core items weren't finished yet, their win rate in a teamfight would have been low. They chose to trade half map, a smart mirror exchange to avoid a disadvantageous fight. The Tyrant spawns at 4 minutes. If your team's hero combat strength, including the lane priority and vision control mentioned earlier, is insufficient, choosing to avoid the fight and focus on farming in the opposite direction is also a viable strategy. At this point, Team Flash had an opportunity to launch an attack. After clearing the mid-wave, they all rotated toward the bottom lane. Looking at the mini-map, Nua hadn't finished clearing her wave, and Yao was still in the upper half. This was a golden opportunity for Team Flash. However, Liang failed to position behind the tower. Instead, he was standing in front of the wave, where Chano's skill 2 managed to scout him out. This allowed J-Game Esports to successfully dismantle the engage. In fact, with the information available, the Liang, Jing, Garuda trio could have forced a heavy health damage. If they had emerged from the side of the tower, Liang should instantly use ultimate. Even a Lian Po appears. A follow-up combo from Jing and Garuda would have either secured a kill or left the target pretty low, allowing them to dictate the tempo or invade the jungle. Instead, a positioning error squandered the chance, and they only managed to pressure the tower using their numbers advantage. Later, as Team Flash pressured the T2 tower, J-Game Esports rotated to defend. J-Game's jungle carry made a significant mistake here. At this timing, even taking the TP from the clash lane to the bottom lane wouldn't have helped his teammates defend effectively. What he needed most was to buy time to farm. The mini-map showed his red buff was about to respawn. He should have accelerated his jungle clear and looked for a window to invade the enemy blue. Similarly, while Team Flash's Jing was slightly stronger than Yao at this point and could join fights early, there wasn't much value in pressuring a T2 tower. There was no blue jungle to get, and the opponents were able to defend. Opponents Lian Po and Nuwa can easily hold a wave. Unless Team Flash was prepared to go all in, this offensive only served to stall their own farming tempo. For the Jing, the better play would have been for his teammates to feint an attack to force a rotation while he focused on maximizing his own farming. Every hero has their power spike period. Before the core damage dealers have obtained their core items, you should avoid major team fights as much as possible. Let's take a look at here. Neither side handled that sequence perfectly, but the long-term negative impact was far heavier for J-Game Esports. They failed to accelerate their red jungle clear and neglected the minion waves in the clash lane. By grouping 5 players in the mid lane, they couldn't even exert enough pressure to threaten the T1 tower. In contrast, Team Flash capitalized on their vision advantage after the Tier 2 tower offensive to fix their farm lane waves. Although Jing's jungle clear was slightly delayed, their overall offensive remained much more fluent. Regarding wave management at this stage, J-Game Esports could have utilized the teleport portal in the clash lane to sneak down and clear the farm lane waves. They didn't need that many eyes on Guan Yu. They only needed one player, like Yao or Charlotte, to hold the bush while another teleport down to handle the wave. The main group just needed to avoid overextending to prevent Guan Yu from forcing a 5v4 engage. Clearly, they were too focused on letting Chano pressure the tower and having everyone else watch the opponents, failing to recognize the opportunity in the farm lane waves. Around the 9-minute mark, Liang finally found an opening, spotting a numerical advantage and immediately using Flash to start a pick. However, Chicha's positioning was far too aggressive. In his haste to deal damage, he ignored his own vulnerability and was shredded by Yao and Nuwa. This resulted in a 1-for-1 trade where Team Flash lost a core carry while the opponents only lost a support. This was a case of a good strategic decision but poor details of execution. For a hero like Liang, the general idea is to save his ultimate for the enemy's core hero, but in team fights, such an ideal opportunity does not always present itself. Therefore, using his ultimate on the enemy front line to coordinate with teammates and secure an early pick is also a viable option. In the 10-minute team fight, Team Flash's strategy was excellent. They sent Jing to steal the Shadow Tyrant while the other 4 members applied pressure from the front to chip away J-Game Esports' health. If J-Game was slow to react or hesitated to start the Shadow Overlord, Jing could have finished the Tyrant and arrived with the buff to completely overwhelm them. However, J-Game Esports was decisive. Yao forced engaging the Shadow Overlord, using his skills and movement to dodge as much poke as possible from Garuda and Guan Yu. Lian Po and Charlotte were a bit slow to react. They could have driven away Garuda, Liang, and Chicha much earlier, but they didn't actively undertake damage because they were worried about Jing's position and didn't commit to the fight. While it's true that Jing might have been looking for an angle and going in blindly could lead to being locked by Liang's ultimate, while Jing cleans up from behind, you still cannot allow the enemy's core heroes to freely output damage onto your own carries. That is unacceptable. In a match, once a commander makes a call, even if it's the wrong decision, it must be executed fully. In my experience, a wrong decision doesn't always lead to a bad result. If all 5 players commit to the wrong decision together, their collective execution, formation, and coordination can often win a fight that originally had a low win rate. Furthermore, from a vision perspective, Jing didn't have much room to flank J-Game's carries. J-Game held the vision in the upper half map, while Team Flash held the bottom, and Jing had recently revealed herself clearing waves in the farm lane. Combining these clues, her prolonged absence almost certainly meant she was soloing the Tyrant while her teammates were stalling. In this instance, Yao's decision-making and play really saved the day. I need to emphasize teamfight decision-making and execution here. In real game, it is not easy to make perfect decisions or execute flawlessly. So when the team's shot caller makes a call, teammates should choose to follow through. Sometimes opportunities come in an instant. In the ever-changing dynamics of teamfights, matches between two sides are often decided by fractions of a second. Maximizing execution can make it very possible to win a teamfight that otherwise seemed unwinnable. In the subsequent teamfights, Team Flash continued to look for openings from the front, engaging as soon as they spotted someone. In one such encounter, J-Game's Nuwa missed her ultimate, and Yao targeted the wrong player instead of diving the core carries. As a result, Team Flash won the fight with a 0-1. Looking at the details, Nuwa's skills actually can disrupt Liang. Her skill 1 has a knockback, and her skill 2 combo also provides a displacement that can instantly cancel Liang's casting ultimate. Her skill 3 can also scout vision. However, unless you predict Liang's ultimate, the skill 1+2 combo has a cast time and isn't an instant cancel. Yao, as a damage dealer, the primary task should be finding an angle to burst the enemy carries. Instead, he dumped his entire skills onto a Liang who didn't even have his ultimate available while tanking damage from Chicha and Garuda. This was a huge mistake. In the final team fight, both sides were very frantic, failing to calmly track enemy cooldowns or damage output while neglecting their own positioning. There isn't much to analyze there. After this game, the series was tied 2-2, but Team Flash went on to win the next 2 points to take the match. In summary, while Team Flash and J-Game Esports traded blows in combat, Team Flash's wave management and early game setups were superior, which proved to be the key to their victory. That's all for today's sharing. I hope you enjoyed the review. I have also prepared some quizzes for you to help you memorize this lesson. You can also ask questions in the classroom. See you next time.
Hello everyone, I am Tanran from Nanjing Hero Jujing. Many people always say the Clash lane's influence on the match is small, and that half the time is spent in 1v1. But I want to tell everyone, the Clash lane is the team's true tempo driver. One lane can radiate across the entire half map. Now, I am going to walk you through my understanding. 1. Details of early game laning in the Clash lane. Laning in the Clash lane is a contest of details. Whoever has better details wins. Level 2 and Level 4 are the two most important timings. The core of seizing the wave is hitting the enemy hero and the minion together. For example, if you only hit the minion and the opponent hits you, even if you reach Level 2, your health bar will be pressed low, and you will lose lane priority. When playing Lu Bu, learn skill 1 upon start, then cast skill 1 diagonally to clear the wave while hitting the opponent. At 130, when both Clash laners are nearly level 4, freeze 2 wave to gamble against the opponent. Wait until the opponent wants to come out to clear the wave. We can reach level 4 faster than opponent. If it is a hero like Mulan or Meng Tian, you can try to kill or severely wound the opponent to prevent them from taking the wave. If I am Biron fighting Lu Bu, I will definitely store energy in the bushes before the minion waves meet. When facing strong enemies, I often use the wave freezing tactic. For instance, if I gain an advantage, I will stand between the opponent's minions and the opponent's tower, crossing the minion wave to pressure the enemy hero. I do not hit the minions, I just let both sides' minions hit each other. As long as the opponent dares to approach to take the wave, I go forward and cast a combo. On the professional stage, this kind of wave freezing can stop opponent from reaching level 4 in the first 3 minutes, directly making that one opponent lose their influence. Potential risk warning. Pressuring across the minion wave is extremely dangerous. It must be carried out while confirming the vision of the enemy, mid, jungler, and support. Otherwise, it is very easy to be ganked. Wave management. If you have the advantage, control the minion wave in front of your own tower, while simultaneously pressuring your position forward to not let him last hit minions. When at a disadvantage, the same method can also help you safely take the wave in the tower. If you want to return to base or rotate to support, then use the fastest speed to clear the minion wave. Let the minions enter his tower so he cannot do other stuff. The minion wave is your weapon. The use of the teleport portal. The 4-minute tyrant fight is the first moment for the clash lane to show its value. Clear your wave in advance, communicate with your teammates, and teleport straight down to create a 5v4 situation. If you win this fight, the early game tempo is yours. Remember, the teleport portal is not just a tool for soaking waves, it is also your strategic weapon. The teleport portal isn't just for moving, it can also be used to trick. Practical tip. At the 4-minute mark, you can deliberately step onto the teleport portal in front of the enemy. When they signal their teammates that the clash lane has gone down, cancel the teleport at the last second, then move straight into the enemy's red-blue jungle to invade or hide in the mid-lane brush for an ambush. This is called creating an information gap. 2. Judgment of rotation timing to mid during the early and mid-game. The clash lane cannot be played as a single-player game. You must learn to support and bring your advantage to your teammates. The 4-step support method. Clear, observe, move, hide. Clear. First, clear your own minion wave and gain lane priority. This is the prerequisite for you to support your teammates. Observe. Look at the minimap. Is our mid lane being pressured? Is our jungler fighting in the opponent's jungle area? Move. If the opportunity is good, decisively pass through the mid lane river. Even if you only show your toes in the river bushes to scare the opponent's mid laner so they don't dare pressure the lane, this support of yours is successful. Hide. When I play Guan Yu or Mang Tian, after clearing the wave and walking to mid lane, if there is no chance to gank, I will not return immediately. Instead, I will hide in the mid lane bushes for a few seconds. This creates a kind of pressure. As long as you're in that bush, the enemy mage won't dare step up to clear the wave. You only spend 3 seconds, but it allows your mid laner to safely farm and even rotate. This is the invisible pressure of the clash lane. For your route to support, don't just walk straight through the river. That's easy to be spotted. You can rotate through your own jungle instead for a more sneaky approach. 3. Mid-game timing of split pushing and proxy farming. Alright, now let's talk about the core task of the clash laner in the mid-game, split pushing. Split pushing is not brainlessly pushing towers. It's an art about information, timing, and courage. It determines whether your team can take control of the map. The essence of the 4-1 split push become the one that gives the enemy a headache. The 4-1 split push simply means you pressure one lane alone, while your 4 teammates group on the other side to push or apply pressure. Your job is to become a problem the enemy cannot easily solve. If one person comes to catch you, you need the confidence to either win the fight or escape safely. If 2 people come to catch you, your job is already done, because your 4 teammates can create a 4v3 in mid, easily take towers or secure objectives. That's the idea of kiting. But to be this one well, you need to master 4 core abilities. 1. Identify threats. 2. Read the map. 3. Control the tempo. 4. Learn to mirror the wave management. Identify threats. You must clearly know who can deal with you. Before you split push, open the scoreboard and ask yourself a few questions. Who has strong crowd control that can lock me down? For example, Donghuang or Liang. If they disappear from the minimap, the danger level immediately maxes out. You must retreat. Who has burst damage that can instantly kill me? For example, Jing. If she is missing, you can't push too deep. At most, you can only push the wave past the river. Who has the mobility to chase me down? For example, Ma Chao or Guan Yu. Against these heroes, you must always keep your mobility skills and not waste them on clearing waves. Who can provide global support? For example, Neja or Liu Bang. When you see them use their ultimates, don't hesitate. Immediately retreat toward your tower or deeper into the jungle to look for a counterattack or escape. Mark these heroes as your primary threats. Their positions on the map define your safe pushing range. Read the map. The minimap is your best teacher. Top-tier split pushers spend almost half their attention on it. Learn to count heads. This is the most basic and important skill. Before pushing deep, check the minimap. If you can see 4 or even all 5 enemy heroes, and they are far from you, you are absolutely safe and can confidently push towers. If you can only see 2, 3, you should assume the missing ones are waiting in a bush for you. Use vision gaps and time gaps. For example, if you see the enemy jungler showing on the bottom side while you are pushing top, it will take them at least 10-15 seconds to reach you. That's your safe window. You can push one more wave or chip more tower HP during that time. Control the tempo. Move with jungle respawn and minion waves. Use jungle respawn timing. In pro play, we know jungle respawn timers very well. For example, if you know the enemy red buff is about to respawn, their jungler and support will likely move to that side. If you're pushing there, you need to be cautious. On the other hand, if they're on the opposite side taking blue buff, your side is relatively safe. Preparation before dragon fight. Handle the far lane. This is one of the biggest differences between pro play and casual games. Suppose the tyrant is about to spawn on the bottom side. Your first task is not to group immediately, but to push the top lane as far as possible, ideally to the enemy T2 tower. Why? Because you're forcing the enemy into a choice. Send someone to defend top, making the dragon fight a 4v5, or ignore the tower and commit all 4 to the fight. Either way, your team benefits. Only after creating pressure on this far lane should you move to the dragon fight. This is what gives your split push real strategic value. The mirror of wave management. If you want to take the overlord on the top side, push the bottom lane. If you want to take the tyrant on the bottom side, push the top lane. This is called mirrored pushing. Details of handling the far lane. Pushing the wave past the river is just average. Pushing it to the enemy T2 tower is excellent. When the wave reaches their T2 tower, the enemy must send someone to clear it, creating numbers advantage for your team to secure the objective. Part 4. Flanking, teamfight timing, and shot calling. A top-tier clash laner must also be a top-tier teamfight starter. Your job is to find that decisive moment. A perfect flank requires patience. Like a hunter, you need to use bushes and vision blind spots to quietly move to the enemy carry side or backline. Once successful, it leads to a perfect teamfight. Engage timing. When should you go in? When the enemy carry has used their flash or mobility skills, when the enemy formation is split, when your team's key skills are ready. Before engaging, always signal, I'm flanking, ready to engage, so your team can follow your tempo. Initiation versus counter-engage. If your lineup is strong, for example, with Guguzi, you should decisively initiate, even flash in to start the fight. If your composition is defensive, for example, with Huang Zhong, your job is to protect him. Whoever dives Huang Zhong, you control them. Speaking of high-level execution, we have to mention Ma Chao. In the 2026 KPL Spring, I secured the first pentakill of my career with Ma Chao. What people saw was the final 5-kill highlight, but what I want to explain is the thought process behind it. As the team fight was about to start, my objective was clear. Eliminate the back line and clean up the fight. I didn't enter from the river with my jungler. Instead, I flanked through mid into the enemy jungle, cutting off their retreat path, and picked them off one by one to complete the pentakill. This play required not only mechanical skill, but also a clear understanding of my role in the team fight and positioning to best achieve the objective. A great clash laner doesn't just start fights, they find the path to finish the game in the chaos of a team fight.
龙能不能来得及换？
关键是 Hero 给不给换？
马超带照了，
马超的位置很好，
主要打架的
绕后卫，两个切位，先动手。哎呦，五位这个位置有点落单，飞回去，但旁边站了个马超，伍子健只能大招给拆火，凯顶在正面，一个人顶住了两个，吃张良大，再吃王昭君冰冻，再吃橘右京技能，倒是吃的很干净，但问题队友给不了伤害，你伤害就是白吃啊，吃再多也会被打死的。2连击破，马超那个位置完全没人拦得住，3连决胜，4连了吧？
还差一个，
是不是4连超凡？5杀5杀肯定到了呀！有复活，走位队友肯定让的，5连绝世，
坦然的马超。
Part 5. Hero Tutorials. The Clash Lane hero pool determines what kinds of compositions and situations you can handle. If you can master both Lu Bu and Charlotte, you'll be comfortable in most matchups. Let's start with my signature hero, Lu Bu. Lu Bu is the god of war of the Clash Lane. His strength lies in his defense ignoring true damage and his ultimate that can split the battlefield. The soul of Lu Bu is his first skill, Impaling Thrust. An enhanced Lu Bu and a non-enhanced Lu Bu are essentially two different heroes. So the core of playing Lu Bu is to ensure you can enter the enhanced state at all times. During the laning phase, try to hit enemy heroes with your skill 1 to trigger true damage and suppress them. Skill 1 plus flash is a must-learn technique. Press flash at the moment you swing your skill 1 to change its landing position, catching opponents off guard. It's a key tool for solo kills and teamfight cleanup. Never miss your skill. If you do, you enter a weak period, so you must immediately kite with your skill 2 and wait for cooldowns before re-engaging. The strategic power of the ultimate. Lu Bu's ultimate, Tremble Mortals, is far more than just mobility and control. You must treat it as a strategic weapon. 1. Engage ultimate, the most common usage. When enemy carries are grouped and lack mobility, decisively jump in and coordinate with teammates to secure kills. Always check your teammates' positions before engaging. Don't isolate yourself. 2. Battlefield splitting. When the enemy formation is spread out, jump between their front and back line. Your ultimate acts as a massive barrier, splitting their formation and creating favorable numbers for your team. 3. Zoning ultimate. When chasing enemies, place your ultimate along their escape path to limit their movement. When defending, use it to clear waves and slow down enemy pushes. 4. Counter-engage. When enemy assassins dive your marksman, don't hesitate. Cast your ultimate on the spot. It protects your carry, knocks enemies up, and enables a counter-kill with your team. Items in different matchups. Lu Bu's build is very flexible. Don't stick to one setup. 1. Against physical heroes, such as Ma Chao Charlotte. After boots, build Nettle Gauntlet or Protector's Cuirass, first to gain armor and trade health effectively. 2. Against magic heroes such as Mi Yue, start with Boots of Resistance, then build Clandestine Cape to increase magic defense. Core items. Pure Sky is currently a key item for Lu Bu, greatly improving survivability in teamfights. When should you build Siegebreaker? Only when you're ahead or in the late game and need maximum damage to close out the game. If you're behind, build tank items first. Surviving is the prerequisite for dealing damage. If Lu Bu is the absolute core of the front line, then Charlotte is a top-tier flanking assassin. She combines damage, damage reduction, slows, and control with a very high limit, truly a lane bully. Charlotte's soul lies in her passive splash gradation. After hitting enemies 3 times with skills, her next basic attack is enhanced into a combo. This combo deals high damage, has execute potential, and greatly reduces attack speed. It's the source of all her damage. When playing Charlotte, you must learn to store your passive. Before rotating or entering a team fight, you can stack it on minions or jungle monsters, so you can unleash maximum burst the moment you engage. Advanced techniques and mindset. Kiting is key. Charlotte is fragile and cannot tank like Lu Bu. Use the movement speed from skill 1 and the dash from skill 2 to constantly reposition and find the best angle to engage. Flash changes everything. All of Charlotte's skills can be combined with flash. Whether it's a long distance engage with skill 2 plus flash or a surprise initiation with ultimate plus flash, these can create highlight plays. Team fight target. Your eyes should only be on the enemy carries. You can use enemy tank to stack your passive and approach the backline, but don't get stuck fighting tanks. Your job is to flank or enter from the side and burst down the enemy's core damage dealer. Items in different matchups. Charlotte relies heavily on cooldown reduction, standard build. Boots of Tranquility and Axe of Torment are core, providing essential cooldown reduction and penetration. After that, you can build Frostscar's Embrace to improve sticking ability, or go for Pure Sky to enhance survivability and burst. After these 3 core items, Charlotte's build becomes very flexible. You can choose based on needs. For bursting carries, build Siegebreaker or Starbreaker. For more frontline ability, build items like Ominous Premonition or Succubus Cloak. If your team needs utility, you can build Blazing Cape or Frigid Charge to add control. Master Lu Bu, and you learn how to become the backbone of your team. Master Charlotte, and you become the blade that ends the game. These 2 heroes alone are enough to make you dominant in the Clash lane. Last, I would like to share some clips when I am playing Clash lane. Hope you can find some insights after this lesson and improve your game awareness.
哎，这个黑沙炮弹把龙拉外面去了，很细节，用小技能去磨。有狂和吕布，吕布过来一刀附魔了，很危险，要跳啊，跳了，金爷过来留人了，这边连方倒了，有复活甲，站起来还要被手撕，还是倒了呀？那这波伊斯塔大获全胜，吕布一刀斩掉了一个有血魔的蒙恬。
哪怕
大家还是会去
慢个几秒钟，我也不愿意冒这种风险。
黑沙爆弹蓄力，但这个拍的还是非常不错，接了个兵甲控了一手，神殿侧面起飞扑下来，当时效果一般，被究竟控了一手，吕布卡住位置，人群当中跟了一下，但接了长生的爆发，又打赢了这吕布一波团战，消掉3个。别急啊，这个人头估计还可能是吕布的，因为只有他打狂点最疼，但是这下没来得及，复活换慢了
，AG 打了一波0换5啊！
艾克 MVP 给到了坦然，夏洛特这盘 MVP 次数来到了8次。
哎呦，怀奇闪现过去，对，想打小凡，小凡这个人能走得掉，新光就滑到了伍德利给大招，但是没有能够定到小凡，那夏洛特还是冲到了后排。啊，夏洛特这边还在战斗，坦然，我这坦然团战一个人冲到后排，打到了团战结束。位移技能换位，再卡你分身，换位回来的话，1前1后2个人，让我们恭喜南通 Hero 9进。
哦，夏洛特到4直接闪现，动手非常熟，但是被推进了塔里，再被踹一脚。白金由立面冲过来，配合队友一砸呢，这下面这个打在子弹身上，再跟一下，再跟一下，来顶到人群里，但这个位置苏面拍起3个龙血压到3000左右，洛神重点的摔把龙大到白金这个位置自己被弄出来的反应已经成功杀了进去，二技能再过墙找人，这个位置并不是特别保留，但跟了一下队友的风人正跟上去，吃光芒剑2连击破到走，侧面动手，坦然吗？这个惹得起啊！被这反拍，反手打过去，正面直接拦人，梦奇反撞进去，2个起飞。
The Clash lane is not only a test of plays, but also a battle of will. Learn patience, learn judgment, seize opportunities, and strike with precision. I am Tanran. See you in the Hero Gorge.
Hello everyone. I'm Yao Dao from Nantong Hero Jujing. Many people think the marksman role is just brainless attack spam, standing in the back and holding down basic attacks. But if you want to evolve from a random carry into a true core who dominates games and leads your team to victory, there's a lot more depth to it. In today's lesson, I'm going to share all my best kept experience. This isn't just a simple hero guide, but a complete system of thinking for the marksman role. We'll go from laning details, mid-game tempo, and economy management, all the way to teamfight fundamentals, my style of survival philosophy, and core hero pool. There's a lot of valuable content. Let's get started. First, early game laning principles for farm lane. Turning details into pressure. Laning is about absolute pressure, but pressure isn't mindless aggression. It comes from your calculations of HP, minion waves, and overall map vision. 1. Micro of lane priority and wave management. If you want to be powerful in the early game laning phase, you must firmly remember this detail. Never proactively use skills to clear the first minion. Why is this? Because when the minion waves meet, the first minion will attract the aggro of all enemy minions, so its health drops the fastest. When the first minion is cleared, the minions will enter a 3 vs 2 situation, and the opponent can give up clearing the wave to press forward, forcing you out of the EXP zone. You then have only 2 choices. 1. Endure the enemy marksman's damage to take the minion wave. 2. Give up the minion wave to preserve your health. The first choice will make you lose competitiveness when contesting neutral resources like the Firehawk. Both of these choices will make your subsequent laning very passive. Conversely, when your opponent proactively uses skills to clear the first minion in the early game, you can also use this method to deal with him. Here, I also want to introduce an advanced technique for everyone: wave freezing. No matter the circumstances, we can create a situation where the next wave must meet in front of our defense tower by stalling the enemy's last minion without clearing it and keeping it in front of the tower. With this laning method, when we have the advantage, the opponent must walk out of the safety zone to take the wave, making it easier for us to poke down the opponent's health. When we are at a disadvantage, we can stably last hit minions under the tower, creating larger gank space for the mid laner and jungler. 2. Health gambling, damage-free trading. In marksman laning, whoever has healthy HP has the right to speak. You must know how to utilize the enemy's skill cooldown periods to poke him. Here, everyone needs to remember the core early game skills of every marksman. For example, Ali's skill 2, Fang's skill 2, and Consort Yu's skill 2 are all core skills that can help them achieve efficient health trading in the early game. What we need to do is bait out these skills during the laning phase. This way, even if the hero chosen by the opponent is strong in laning, we can still gain an advantage during laning health trades and roll the snowball. Perhaps many students cannot understand this knowledge point just by listening. Let me give everyone an example. For instance, at this time I'm playing Lady Sun, and the opponent has chosen Arlie. Then, during laning, I will use skill 1 at the edge of Arlie's skill 2, giving her an illusion that I want to fight her, but in reality, I use the skill 1 to quickly pull back, baiting out her skill 2. After she releases skill 2, he has an 11-second cooldown period. As long as she shows up during these 11 seconds, we can poke on her, or even get a kill. 3. Anti-gank awareness and vision control. Die once, and all your early laning details go to waste. Cultivate the habit of looking at the mini-map once every 3 seconds. Timing method. At the start of the game, at 30 seconds, the mid lane finishes clearing the minion wave and might come to participate in the farm lane Firehawk contest. At 1 minute 20 seconds, the jungler reaches level 4 and might mobilize the mid, jungler, and support together to gank. At the 4 minute and 10 minute neutral resources respawn, team fights may break out at any time, and you cannot get picked off. Key vision points, namely the 3 bushes in the river. You need to command your support to help you hold these 3 bushes in order to know the movements of the enemy mid and jungle. We can look at the first game of the 2022 KPL Summer Finals between Chongqing Wolves and E-Star Pro. When the match progressed to 1 minute 20 seconds, even though I had gained the lane priority advantage, I perceived through the vision provided by the support that the opponent's jungler was about to finish clearing the jungle area. Therefore, I immediately gave up poking Meng Tian's health and commanded the support to retreat back to the tower. Judging the opponent's offensive intentions and avoiding them in advance is the first law of survival on the professional stage. Part 2. Mid-game, tempo and rotation. When you've gained an advantage in the farm lane and taken the T1 tower, many beginner marksmen get lost. They keep staying in the bottom lane, fighting around the T2 tower against the enemy. That's a huge mistake. Lane swapping to expand the advantage. After pushing down the T1 tower in the bottom lane, your primary task is to liberate yourself and radiate influence across the entire map. You can lead your teammates to push according to this route. Clash lane T1 tower, mid lane T1 tower, clash lane T2 tower or farm lane T2 tower, mid lane T2 tower, clash lane high ground or farm lane high ground, mid lane high ground. You must firmly remember that your task is to push towers. Through pushing towers, you achieve the goal of compressing the opponent's farming space. At the same time, you can choose heroes who push towers quickly, such as Fang and Direnji, or heroes like Luban No. 7 and Lady Sun, who can grind down towers from outside the tower's range to achieve this goal. 2. Invade the jungle. Every time a tower is down, it is equivalent to our activity space expanding a bit more, and the flanking space when invading the jungle is also larger. Therefore, when taking down the farm lane T1 tower, assembling the jungler to invade the farm lane half map is also a good choice. Through continuous control of jungle resources, you compress the opponent's farming and roll an even larger snowball. This style of play is more suitable for farm lane heroes with many gap closer and strong jungle combat capabilities, such as Marco Polo and Ali. Part 3. Maximize farming and gold. Whenever people watch matches, they often comment, "How does Yao Dao already have full items again?" There's no secret, just extreme efficiency in farming. Economy is the only foundation that allows a marksman to take over the game. 1. The triangle farming route. Maximizing every second. Between a cleared wave and the next wave, there's a 10 to 15 second window. That window determines whether you are a normal player or a top-tier marksman. Never stand idle under tower. Clear wave. Farm a small camp in your jungle, such as Firebeak. Rotate mid to catch a wave or help mid gain priority. Return to bottom for the next wave. This triangle route allows your goal per minute to easily exceed 800. The most critical step here is helping the mid lane take lane priority. In this step, you can not only maximize goal by sharing wave goal with teammates, but also bring the mid lane along to rotate down, creating a numbers advantage on the lane to form suppression. If you find that the opponent's mid lane only has the mid laner alone, you can cooperate with the mid and support to cause a kill, or even push down the most important mid lane T1 tower of the early game. 2. The ultimate decision. Fight or farm. Not every fight needs to be taken. Don't become someone who gives meaningless rotations. Before fighting, ask yourself, can we win if I join? If we win, can we take towers or dragons? How many waves will I lose if I leave? If a fight breaks out in the top lane while you have a full wave of cannon minions pushing bot, the correct call is to tell your teammates, I'm not going, I'm clearing wave. If you force a rotation, fail to secure the fight, lose your bot tower, and miss multiple waves, your game is basically over from that point onward. When you choose not to engage in a team fight, it is not the case that you no longer have responsibilities. You still need to find opportunities to strike down the opponent marksman's health or key skills, making him unable to participate in the team fight. This is what you can do when not participating in the team fight. Part 4. Team fight rules. Position and target. Team fights are the only real test of whether a marksman is qualified. The 15 minutes of farming are all for those critical 10 seconds of a fight. 1. Golden position and imaginary enemy. Thinking. Always stand behind your tankiest teammate, or within the range of a support with strong protecting capabilities, such as Zhang Fei or Zhen Ren. However, relying solely on the support or frontline protection is definitely not enough. The best positioning needs 3 people, you, the peel role, and the front line to form a triangle. In this way, you will not take damage due to overlapping positions, and you can also cover each other with the peel role, forming a mutual protection situation. When the band pick ends, you need to judge clearly. In your own lineup, who is the front line and who is the peel role? In the opponent's lineup, which hero poses a threat to you? For example, in this deciding game of the 2026 KPL Spring where we faced AG, once the lineups were selected, we could make a judgment. The front line on our side is Su Li, the flanking role is Guan Yu, and since I, as Chano, Xiao Chao, and Agudo are all long-range carries, we can act as peel roles for each other. Regarding the opponent's lineup, Charlotte and Fade are flanking roles. Arlie and Hai Yue both pose a threat to me before they use their key skills. Therefore, during team fights, I must pay attention. In which direction did the opponent's flanker last show vision? Generally, the opposite direction of where they last showed vision will be the direction from which they flank. Have the opponent's key skills, such as Hai Yue's ultimate and Arlie's skill 2, been used? If they haven't been used, we should try our best to avoid facing them directly in team fights. This is imaginary enemy thinking. 2. Team fight target priority. Many farm lane players want to bypass the front line in team fights to hit the opposing carries. In fact, this makes it very easy to get surrounded during the team fight. The most correct team fight output priority should be opponent front line, opponent flanker, opponent carry. Of course, this priority does not apply to all scenarios. When the opponent's flanker is already on your face posing a threat to you, this priority has already changed to opponent flanker, opponent frontline, opponent carry. And when the hero you have picked possesses flanking attributes, such as Arlie, you need to pay attention to the opponent's core skills and switch target from the enemy front line to the enemy back line at the appropriate moment during the team fight. Part 5. Survival equals damage output. Many fans joke that I'm a Yao Dao style marksman, saying my builds are tanky and I play like a turtle. Let me clarify, this isn't being a coward. It's a very simple esports truth. Only if you're alive, you can deal damage. The value of defensive items is far greater than you think. If you go for a full damage build, your stats may look high, but your margin for error is 0. If you get deleted in the first second of a fight, your damage is literally 0. As long as you stay alive, you can still continuously output damage. At that point, the enemy can no longer freely push your towers. Also, be flexible on items. Remember, never blindly copy recommended builds. After completing your core 3 items, usually Sparkforged Dagger, Doomsday, Daybreaker, immediately check the scoreboard. If the enemy physical assassins or fighter assassins have a great amount of gold, such as Fade, Lamb, etc., supplement with an ominous premonition. This can effectively increase your win rate when countering physical flankers in team fights. If the opponent's hero lineup has a lot of magical damage, for example, they chose a normal mid lane mage and also chose Eren in the farm lane or Luna jungler. For this kind of lineup with 2 or even more magical carry positions, Succubus Cloak must be built. When I pick D-Renji, I often use a semi-tank build. I dare to stand at the front to attack enemy because I know he cannot burst me down in one combo. Meanwhile, my teammates will also help to peel, and I can defeat them all through lifesteal and continuous basic attacks. At the same time, everyone must also remember, building tank items does not mean giving up damage. Some marksmen, when paired with specific tank items, can improve output efficiency while preserving their lives. For example, D-Renji, Blood Rage. The item passive carries a basic attack boost effect, which is very suitable for heroes like D-Renji, who have high-frequency basic attacks. Cuirass of Savagery. The passive directly increases damage percentage and movement speed. Combined with the high movement speed provided by D-Renji's passive, it allows for better kiting in team fights. Marco Polo. Frostgar's Embrace. Both Marco Polo's Skill 1 and Ultimate carry passive effects. In matches where you cannot get the red buff, building a Frostgar's Embrace can effectively keep people in place. Frigid Charge. Cooperating with the summoner skill Stun to execute a double stun can maximize Marco Polo's ultimate output efficiency. Part 6. Ban Pick. Unless you are in a state of particular self-confidence, I do not suggest that everyone selects farm lane heroes too early during BP. If you select a farm lane hero too early and get targeted, not only will you play very uncomfortably, but it will also greatly reduce the win rate. Here I will teach everyone some BP details. 1. Compositions. A strong marksman support duo can not only suppress the opponent's farm lane on the line, but also lead teammates toward victory. Next, I bring everyone some strong marksman support compositions, hoping to help everyone win victories in their matches. Mosey plus Shou Yue or Consort Yu. So, everyone knows that Shou Yue and Consort Yu are marksmen with long-range poke methods, but they rely heavily on hit rate. When a teammate selects Mosey, Shou Yue or Consort Yu can release skills after Mosey's skill 2 hits to achieve health suppression. Dolia and Ho Yi. During the ultimate battle of the 2024 KPL Spring Finals, the Wolves selected this composition at that time, and I was that Ho Yi. This composition has impressive laning strength, but the most powerful part is Ho Yi's long-range initiation capability. By utilizing Ho Yi's ultimate and cooperating with teammates' burst damage, you can achieve the effect of picking off opponents. Even if Ho Yi's ultimate does not hit the first time, Dolia can refresh the ultimate for Ho Yi again, catching the opponent off guard. Marco Polo plus Yao. After items bashfully built, Marco Polo's Skill 1 can take down a tank's health very quickly, but the problem of being unable to hit often occurs. However, Yao's Skill 1 can help Marco Polo with control, improving Marco Polo's Skill 1 hit rate. When entering with the ultimate, Yao attaches to increase Marco Polo's tankiness, and can also get off to use passive to block skills for Marco Polo. 2. Selecting heroes based on opponent lineup. Selecting a farm lane hero late during BP has another benefit, which is that you can adjust your own choice based on the opponent's lineup to achieve a counter effect. For example, When the opponent selects a clumsy lineup, you can select flexible heroes like Arlie and Aaron to counter. When the opponent's lineup is tanky, you can select heroes who hit tanks quickly, such as Luben, Nom7, and Marco Polo. When the opponent selects a lineup with many gap closers, you can select heroes with strong survival capabilities like Consort Yu and Ao Yin to counter. 3. Selecting heroes based on your own lineup. In the previous teamfight section, we simply divided teamfight labor into 3 types: flanker, frontline, and carry. But in reality, the division of labor throughout the entire match is not just this simple. We can divide the tasks into the following parts: teamfight initiation, taking damage, damage output, flanking and finishing, map control, and jungling. The lineup selected by teammates might have missing parts in these divisions of labor. At this time, we need to compensate. For example, the Hu Yi mentioned earlier can use the long-range initiation of his ultimate to compensate for the team's insufficient initiation capability. If teammates select a lineup with 0 flanking or weak flanking, we are suited to select Arlie to flank and finish cleanups. Part 7. Hero Tutorials. A top-level KPL. Marksmen cannot have only 1 or 2 signature heroes. They must have an unfathomable hero pool to adapt to the team's tactical system. Finally, I will deeply deconstruct a few of my signature heroes for everyone. As a professional player in the farm lane, Arlie is a hero you must master. She is the peak of marksman mechanics. All 3 of Arlie's active skills allow her to displace back and forth, making her a marksman with ultra-high mobility. Precisely because of this, she possesses flanking attributes rarely seen in other marksmen, making her positioning in team fights more flexible. Item recommendation: Boots of Dexterity, Sparkforged Dagger, Doomsday, Daybreaker, Eternity Blade, Sun Chaser. Among these, Sun Chaser is relatively not a strict requirement and can be replaced by other tank items. Skill analysis. Arlie actually does not have very fixed combos. However, you must remember a few key points for skill usage in team fights. Although the umbrella being out of Arlie's hand can shorten the interval between basic attacks, it is not the case that you should keep the umbrella out of hand at all times during a team fight. If you use too many of your skills while outputting damage to the front line, it is very easy to be found and instantly killed by the opponent's flanking heroes. Arlie is very fragile. You must save skills to deal with gap closers. Arlie's skill 2 can knock down flying objects and has a relatively long cooldowns, so you must be cautious when using it. However, you must not save it when you need to block the opponent's key skills, such as Ho Yi's ultimate or Kong Ming's ultimate. These are skills that can change the game, and if you can block them, you must block them. Arlie's ultimate pushes an umbrella in a designated direction while causing a knockback, and she can displace to the umbrella's location. Although this is a control skill, we do not start team fights with the ultimate. The reason to save this skill is that it allows for both offense and defense. When an opponent's assassin gap closes, I can use this skill to push away the opponent and counterattack. D-Renji. This hero is suitable for players just starting to practice the farm lane. The skill mechanics are simple, the laning strength is not weak, and he is very easy to get familiar. Compared to Arlie, his role in teamfights is relatively singular, but his suppression power on the line is not inferior to Arlie at all. He pushes towers very quickly and can rapidly resolve the front line in teamfights. He is a stationary marksman who is not that afraid of being flanked. Item recommendation: Boots of Fortitude, Sparkforged Dagger, Doomsday, Deep Frost Siege, Blood Rage, Succubus Cloak. This hero can quickly accumulate attack speed through his passive, thereby triggering more item passives. Therefore, in terms of equipment, we choose many items with basic attack effects to maximize this advantage of D-Renji. Skill analysis. D-Renji is also a hero without fixed combos. However, I still want to bring some small tips to everyone to help you better get started with this hero. D-Renji's passive requires maintaining continuous basic attacks. When not in combat, we can attack the air to maintain the passive duration. This way, once we enter a combat state, we do not need to restack the passive. I believe everyone knows that D-Renji's skill 2 can remove debuffs, but it can only remove a debuff once. It is not like the summoner skill Purify, which can continuously provide immunity to debuff. For example, when I'm playing D-Renji and get hit by Dharma's skill 1, If I use skill 2 to remove the control, I still have a high probability of being controlled again by Dharma's ultimate. Therefore, the correct way should be to remove the control after Dharma uses skill 1 and his ultimate, and then use flash to dodge. This is using skill 2 to remove critical control. Direnji's item, Daybreaker, is not a must. This is because Direnji's ultimate can cause an effect that reduces the physical and magical defense of the enemy for 5 seconds. This skill is simply a nightmare for the opponent's tanks. After being hit, it's not just that Direnji's damage to the tank becomes higher, but everyone on Direnji's side can kill the tank more easily. Therefore, we don't need to save the ultimate. Many people think about saving this skill for the opponent's initiator or carry during team fights, but in fact, throwing it at the tank is the best choice for the team. Alright, today's class is coming to an end. To summarize, refined laning details are your foundation, optimized farming routes are your economic backbone, and teamfight positioning combined with the philosophy of survival is what determines whether you can become a top-tier marksman. There are no shortcuts in esports. Behind every perfect micro outplay is hundreds of hours of repetitive practice. I hope this lesson helps you truly unlock the farm lane's full potential. Looking forward to your growth. I'm Yao Dao. See you on the battlefield.
Hello everyone, I'm Xiyan. Today we will thoroughly and completely explain the tempo logic of the mid lane in honor of kings. The mid lane, acting as the game's tempo engine, is the core hub connecting the upper and lower jungle areas and the 2 side lanes. From the 0 to 4 minute laning phase, to the 4 to 10 minute mid-game macro, and then to the team fight after 10 minutes, the decisions of every single stage directly influence the whole situation. Today's content will strictly follow the game time framework, combining actual combat details and hero characteristics to teach everyone how to change from a solo mid laner into the team's tempo leader. 0 to 4 minute laning phase determines strategy by matchup, seek opportunity for support. First part, which is also the foundational stage of the game, the 0 to 4 minute laning phase. Regarding this stage, the core goals are to perform well in laning matchups and precise support, laying the foundation for the subsequent tempo. The 0-4 minute mark is the laning and farming period for the mid lane, and also the tempo preparation period for the entire game. This stage does not have complex team fights. The core is just one thing. According to the matchup advantages or disadvantages between yourself and the enemy mid laner, formulate the corresponding play style. At the same time, grasp key time points to perform support and vision deployment. Remember, every small decision in the laning phase will affect the subsequent control rights of the mid axis. First, let us clarify. There are only 2 situations for matchups in the laning phase, advantageous matchups and disadvantageous matchups. The playstyles for these 2 situations are completely different. Everyone must first judge clearly. Do not use one set of thinking to play all matchups. 1. Advantageous matchup. Vision as the core actively support to create advantage. An advantageous matchup means our hero is superior to the enemy in wave clearing speed and lane suppression power. For example, Garuda against Daji or Xiao Qiao against Diao Chen. In this case, our core is not simple laning solo kills or poking health, but through vision control and active support, radiating the lane advantage to the side lanes and jungle areas. 1. Support selection. Bush vision is key. In an advantageous situation, after finishing the minion wave, do not stay under the tower. At the first possible moment, seize the key mid lane bushes, the mid bush and river bush. These 2 bushes are the vision core of the mid lane. Occupying here allows you to master the movements of the enemy mid laner and jungler. When supporting, prioritize routes where there are bushes for ambushing. For example, rotating from your own jungle to support the clash lane from behind, avoiding walking directly through the river and being counter-ambushed by the enemy. Here is a practical game technique. After clearing the first wave and reaching level 2, it is the first golden point for support. At this time, the enemy has just reached level 2 and their skills are incomplete. We rotate behind to cooperate with our side lane. There is a high probability of forcing out a flash or even getting first blood and subsequently controlling side lane resources. This is an excellent timing to transform mid lane advantage into side lane advantage. 2. Providing vision. Mid bush plus jungle dual vision coverage. Under an advantageous matchup, we must take on the core vision responsibility of the team. In the gaps between clearing waves, timely stand in the mid bush to provide vision for the mid lane and river, letting teammates know whether the enemy mid laner has disappeared. If our jungler wants to invade the enemy jungle, we should go to the jungle entrance in advance to block vision and prevent the jungler from being counter-flanked. Remember, vision deployment under an advantage can expose all enemy movements to our side, making them afraid to easily support or steal our jungle. Disadvantageous matchup. Maintaining status as the core, adapt flexibly to avoid tempo. A disadvantageous matchup means we are slow at clearing waves and weaken lane suppression power. For example, Diao-chan against Garuda or Mai Shiranui against Xiao Kao. In this case, do not go head-to-head. The core is maintaining your own status and reporting information quickly while using flexible positioning and support to avoid being snowballed by the enemy. When in a disadvantageous matchup, clearing waves must be sneaky. Try to clear minions inside the tower as much as possible, using the protection of the defense tower to avoid having your health poked down by the enemy. Once your own status is too low, go back to base as soon as possible. Do not force it, because a low health mid lane not only cannot defend the tower, but also causes teammates to lose mid lane vision support. More importantly, report information right away. As long as you see the enemy mid laner disappear after clearing minions, immediately send a danger signal to teammates and mark the enemy's possible support route. This is the most core responsibility of the mid lane under a disadvantageous matchup. Many players, when at a disadvantage, only care about clearing minions themselves and neglect reporting information, leading to side lanes being ganked one after another. This is a major taboo. If the enemy mid laner goes to support a certain side lane, we should not follow and chase. Instead, respond using 3 methods. A is blocking the return. After quickly clearing the wave, ambush on the most possible route for the enemy mid laner to return to mid, such as the river bush. Catch him off guard and force out his cooldown so that even if he's supported, he cannot quickly return to the mid lane. B is counter side support. If the enemy goes to support the clash lane, we go to support the farm lane, forming a you gank yours, I gank mine situation, avoiding one of our side lanes being continuously suppressed. C. If clearing the wave is truly too slow and the enemy wave enters the tower, we can swap lanes, giving the mid wave to the jungler or support and go to the side lane to support. Use the tempo of the side lanes to make up for the mid lane's disadvantage. Remember, under a disadvantageous matchup, do not be stuck forever in the mid lane by the minion wave. Key points in the laning phase. Jungle defense plus 3 major timings. This is the core of the laning phase. Everyone must remember it firmly. Many players play well in the laning phase, but because they neglect these points, it leads to the tempo suddenly collapsing. On jungle defense. Respond at the first moment. As long as the mini-map shows a battle in our own jungle, whether the enemy is invading the blue buff area or the red buff area, as long as we have cleared the wave, we must defend at the first moment. The distance from the mid lane to the jungle is the shortest. Our timely support can allow our jungler to form a numerical advantage and protect jungle resources. Conversely, if the mid lane does not defend, the jungler has a high probability of being killed by the enemy. After the jungle falls, the laning environment for the mid lane will become even worse. 2. 3 key timings. Level 2. The wave clash laner hits level 4, which is 138. 3:48. First about level 2. As we said just now, finishing the first wave and reaching level 2 is the golden point for supporting side lanes. You must grasp it. At clash lane level 4. After the clash lane reaches level 4, they will have an ultimate and combat power will increase significantly. At this time, the enemy is very likely to initiate an attack against the clash lane. We should stand in the clash lane river bush in advance and prepare vision and support. At 3:48, this timing is the spawn time for the tyrant. The enemy jungler and mid laner will likely compete for these resources besides. We should occupy vision in advance, cooperate with teammates to secure resources, and simultaneously prevent the enemy from taking the opportunity to start a team fight. Having finished talking about the 0 to 4 minute laning phase, next we enter today's core content and also the most critical stage of mid lane tempo, 4 to 10 minute mid game macro. Regarding this stage, we will use longer time to explain in detail. The core revolves around the competition for mid-axis control. This is the critical stage that decides the game's direction, and also the stage where many players are most prone to making mistakes. After 4 minutes, the game enters the mid-game stage. At this time, the ballista minions begin to respawn. The pushing speed and damage of the minion waves increase significantly. The core responsibility of the mid lane transforms from lane-to-lane confrontation to mid-axis control. Many players, upon reaching this stage, still habitually wander to the side lanes after clearing the wave. As a result, the mid lane T1 tower is pushed and the entire team's tempo instantly collapses. Remember, the mid-axis is the most important tempo starting point in the game. Losing the mid lane T1 tower is equal to losing the active right of the entire game. This stage will unfold from 4 aspects: division of tasks, the importance of the mid-axis, details of mid-axis seizing, and selection of attack directions. Every point is a core technique in real game. Everyone must master them with emphasis. 1. Mid-game core division of tasks. Defending mid is the #1 task. Swap lanes only exists in the early game. First, clarify the core division of labor for the mid lane in the mid-game. The timing for the mid laner to swap lanes only exists in the early game, that is, before the ballista minions respawn. In the mid-game, the mid laner must focus on defending mid. Before the respawned minion wave reaches the tower, return to the mid lane right away. Many players reach the mid-game and still roam to the side lanes after clearing the wave. As a result, the enemy mid laner takes the opportunity to push the mid lane wave, wear down the tower's health, or even directly push down the mid lane T1 tower. This is the most fatal mistake in the mid-game, because once the mid lane T1 tower is pushed, the enemy will occupy absolute control of the mid-axis. Our jungle will be radiated by the enemy, the support routes for the 2 side lanes will be cut off, and the team's activity range will be significantly compressed, eventually leading to a collapse across all lines. Here is a key detail. If your hero is a mage with poor wave clearing ability, such as Diao-chan, Mai Shiranui, Shangguan, or heroes like Daji or Milady, when defending mid in the mid-game, you must send assemble signals to teammates in advance and let the support or jungler come over to help defend mid. Do not defend alone, because these heroes clear waves slowly, facing the enemy's minion push. One person simply cannot hold. Defending stubbornly will only result in having your status damaged by the enemy or even being killed, letting the mid tower be pushed directly. On the other hand, mages with strong wave clearing ability, such as Garuda, Xiao Chao, or Princess Frost, must also remember. After clearing the minion wave, you can provide brief support, but you must reserve your movement skills and return to mid as soon as possible before the minion wave reaches the T1 tower. Do not be obsessed with fighting. 2. Awareness and importance of the mid-axis, the core of tempo, the hub of the whole game. Many players do not understand what the mid-axis is, nor do they know the importance of the mid-axis. Simply put, the mid-axis is the entire river and mid-lane area centered on the mid-lane. This is the geometric center of the entire map. In the mid-game stage, all tempo must unfold around the control of the mid-axis. Our core purpose is to expand advantages or control the map by mastering the mid-axis, thereby radiating to the 2 side lanes and jungle areas. Core value of mid-axis control. Radiating the whole game, creating numerical differences. Why is the mid-axis so important? Because the mid lane's distance to the 2 side lanes and the 4 jungle quadrants is the shortest. Having mastered the control of the mid-axis, we can flexibly decide the direction of attack. If we want to hit the side lane, we quickly rotate from the mid lane to the side lane. If we want to control jungle resources, we can quickly enter the jungle from the mid lane. At the same time, by mastering the mid-axis, we can use the difference in map running and rotation rates to create numerical differences. For example, while the enemy is still pushing in a side lane, we have already quickly assembled via the mid-axis to form a more against fewer situation in another lane. This is the core principle of gaining the tempo in the mid-game. Next, about core goal of the mid-game. Perform offense and defense around the mid-axis, stop ineffective roaming. All plays in the mid-game must unfold around the mid-axis. Do not perform ineffective side lane roaming. For example, if our side occupies mid-axis control, we can cooperate with teammates to force a team fight in the mid lane, compelling the enemy to defend and then rotate to a side lane to push down a side tower. If the enemy occupies mid-axis control, what we should do is assemble teammates to compete for mid-axis vision, rather than going to a side lane alone to push the wave, avoiding being picked off by the enemy. Remember, roaming in the mid-game must be based on mid-axis control. Roaming without mid-axis vision is all ineffective roaming. Mid-axis control details. 5 major techniques to give you firm control of the mid-axis. Knowing the importance of the mid-axis, next are the most core actual combat details. How to seize control of the mid-axis. Here are 5 major techniques. Every technique has been verified by actual combat. As long as they are executed well, you can easily occupy a mid-axis advantage. 1. Before minion waves meet, seize vision in the bushes on one side of the mid lane. The 3 to 5 seconds before the mid lane minion waves meet is the golden time to seize mid-axis vision. At this time, we should let heroes with vision capabilities, such as tank junglers, tanky clash laners, hard supports, or those who did not have a helpful tempo in the previous wave, like a mid laner without lane priority, go to the bushes on one side of the mid lane in advance to occupy vision. If the enemy has already occupied the bushes, we must use skills or basic attacks to push the enemy out. For example, use Princess Frost's Skill 2 or Liang's Skill 1 to push back enemies in the bush and master the vision initiative. Vision is the core of the mid-axis. Whoever masters the vision masters the initiative of the mid-axis. 2. Avoid letting the mage defend the mid-tower alone. If wave clear is bad, must call teammates. This is what we emphasized before. In the mid-game, absolutely do not let the mage defend the mid-tower alone, especially heroes with poor wave clearing ability. Many teams collapse in the mid-game because the support and jungler only care about farming their own jungle or pushing side lanes, leaving the mid laner to defend mid alone. As a result, the enemy mid-jungle support link up to push mid. The mid laner cannot hold, and the mid-tower is pushed. Remember, defending mid in the mid-game is the responsibility of the team, not the mid laner alone. The support should collaborate with the mid laner at all times, and the jungler should return to mid in a timely manner after clearing the jungle to cooperate with the mid laner in defending mid and seizing vision. 3. Before minion waves meet, avoid showing vision on both side lanes simultaneously. This is a detail that is easily ignored. Before the mid lane waves meet, if our clash lane and farm lane show vision at the same time, the enemy will know that our 2 side lanes cannot return to mid in time. They will then decisively assemble their mid jungle support to forcibly struggle for the mid axis or even push the mid tower. The correct way is, before waves meet, let the hero of one of the side lanes hide temporarily and not show vision, making the enemy unable to judge our backup route and afraid to initiate an attack easily. 4. Before a split pushing, first observe the vision of enemy threat. If our side has a split pusher, such as Ma Chao or Fuzi, before they push the lane, the mid lane should help them observe the vision of enemy heroes that pose a threat to them, such as the jungler, assassin, or hard support. Only after confirming these threat heroes have shown vision can the split pusher push the lane with peace of mind. Do not brainlessly use skills to initiate the wave. Especially in high-ranked tiers, also pay attention to whether the opponent has heroes waiting to flank, meaning whether the enemy will have someone rotate behind to pincer the split pusher. The mid lane should report information to the split pusher in a timely manner to prevent them from being caught. 5. In the absence of a numerical difference, try not to start a teamfight in the mid lane. The mid lane is the center of the map. The vision is open and there is not much cover. In a situation without a numerical difference, forcibly starting a teamfight in the mid lane makes it very easy to be counterattacked because enemy will back up quickly. The premise for a mid-game mid-lane teamfight is, we have already formed a numerical difference, or the enemy's key skills have already been used, such as the enemy jungler's ultimate or the support's flash. Only then can you decisively start a teamfight. If there is no numerical difference, what we should do is kite and contest for vision, rather than forcibly starting a team fight. After mastering the control of the mid-axis, next is how to choose the direction of attack. Many players occupy a mid-axis advantage, but do not know where to strike, resulting in a waste of the advantage. Here are 3 major principles for selecting attack directions summarized for you, allowing you to precisely decide the attack route according to the situation. First, if we have already mastered the enemy's vision and information. For example, knowing the enemy jungler's position or the resource respawn in the enemy jungle. The priority of attack at this time is enemy jungle, then neutral resources, then our jungle. First, attack the enemy jungle. Plunder the enemy's jungle resources and suppress the development of the enemy jungler, At the same time, you can ambush enemy heroes coming to defend the jungle. If there is no opportunity in the enemy jungle, go control neutral resources such as the Tyrant Overlord. These resources can bring damage bonuses or economic advantages to the team. Finally, consider our own jungle, clearing our own jungle resources to ensure our jungler's development. If we have not mastered the enemy's vision and information, and do not attack blindly at this time. The direction of attack should be decided according to the minion wave priority of the side lanes. Whichever side lane has lane priority, play toward that side. For a side lane with lane priority, the minion wave is pushed under the enemy tower and the enemy needs to defend. By playing toward this side, we can form a more against fewer situation. At the same time, while attacking, try to squeeze out the enemy jungle vision in the half map where the attacking minion wave is located to prevent being counter-ambushed by the enemy. Here is a core technique. If both side lanes have lane priority, prioritize playing toward the farm lane, because the farm lane is the team's late game core. Protecting the marksman's development while pushing down the farm lane tower can make the marksman's output environment better. If neither side lane has lane priority, decisively go back to farm, clear your own jungle and minion waves, and wait for the next opportunity. This situation has a lower probability in actual combat. If one of our side lanes is an advantageous lane, for example, the farm lane marksman is pressing the tower, or the tank clash lane is suppressing. At this time, the side laner in the advantageous lane should follow the minion wave forward. For example, the marksman follows the wave to push the tower, while the mid lane and jungler should go to the half-map jungle where the advantageous lane is located to provide vision and back up the teammates in the advantageous lane, preventing the enemy from counter-pincering. The mid lane and jungler can go to the enemy's red buff area to occupy vision and observe the enemy's support movements. Once the enemy comes to defend the tower, we can form a numerical advantage and forcibly start a teamfight. Finally, we will explain the closing stage of the game. Teamfights can finish after 10 minutes. The core of this stage is to transform the mid-axis advantage into teamfight victory and finally push down the enemy crystal. Many players play well in the mid-game, but when it comes to late-game teamfights, they fall short at the last moment due to decision-making errors. The techniques in this stage will allow you to close perfectly. After 10 minutes, the game enters the teamfight and conclusion stage. At this time, the Dark Tyrant respawns and both items and levels enter the mid to late stage. The status of the mid lane T1 tower has already decided the ownership of mid-axis control. The core of this stage is to use the mid-axis as the anchor point, expand teamfights around core resources, and utilize the mid-axis advantage to end the game. 1. Core anchor of teamfights. The mid-axis decides the teamfight position. After 10 minutes, almost all teamfights happen around the mid-axis and core resources, such as the Dark Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, and mid-lane T2 tower. The mid-axis is the core anchor of the teamfight. Whoever occupies the mid-axis masters the initiative of the teamfight. If we occupy mid-axis control, we can place the teamfight in the mid lane or near the mid-axis, forcing the enemy to accept the fight within our vision, while using the rotation advantage of the mid-axis to support side lanes at any time. If the enemy occupies mid-axis control, what we should do is avoid their sharp edge, use side lane minion waves to distract the enemy and force them to split their forces, and then look for opportunities to seize mid-axis vision to start a counterattack against the enemy. Teamfight role of the mid lane. According to hero type, perform your own duties. In teamfights after 10 minutes, the positioning of the mid lane should be decided according to your own hero type. Different mages have completely different duties in teamfights. Do not let all mages think about dealing output. Find your own role correctly. 1. Assassin Major, including Mai Shiranui, Shang Guan, Sima Yi. Target enemy carry first, use mid-axis vision to flank. The core duty of assassin mages is to pick off the enemy's carry, namely the marksman and mage. At this time, use the vision advantage of the mid-axis to flank from the jungle or side lanes, avoiding the enemy's front line to directly output the enemy's back line. Remember, assassin mages should not start the team fight from the front. Wait for the team fight to begin, then cut in from the side or behind, use a set of skills to instant kill the enemy carry, and then quickly evacuate to avoid being targeted by enemy. 2. Artillery mages, including Garuda, Nuwa, The core duty of artillery mages is long-range poke and output. In teamfights, rely on the vision of the mid-axis to find a safe output position. Do not stay forward. Use the long-range advantage to chip away the health of the enemy front line while restricting the positioning of the enemy carry. The artillery mage is the team's primary output. Your own survival is the first priority. As long as you are alive, you can continuously apply pressure to the enemy. 3. Utility mages, including Xia, Shi, Princess Frost. The core duty of utility mages is field control and initiating team fights. In team fights, use skills to control the enemy's key heroes, such as the enemy jungler, assassin, or front line, to create an output environment for teammates. At the same time, cooperate with teammates to hold key positions of the mid-axis, such as mid-lane bushes and the river, to prevent the enemy from breaking through the mid-axis and diving our own carry. Core techniques for ending the game: mid-axis advantage plus minion wave management plus resource control. After 10 minutes, if you want to end the game, relying solely on teamfight victory is not enough. You must also combine mid-axis advantage, minion wave, and resource control. Only by combining these three can you quickly push down the enemy base and avoid entering a late-game bladder match. 1. Use mid-axis advantage to quickly rotate and push towers. After a teamfight victory, do not blindly chase to kill enemies. Use the rotation advantage of the mid-axis to quickly rotate to the side lanes and push down the enemy's defense towers. For example, if a mid-lane teamfight is won and the enemy loses members, we can quickly rotate to the farm lane or clash lane to push the side towers and then return to the mid lane to advance the mid tower. Use the tower advantage to compress the enemy's activity range. 2. Wave management. Late game wave management is the key to terminating the match. The mid lane wave is the core. Prioritize clearing the mid lane wave and use it to push toward enemy towers. At the same time, you can let a split pusher go to a side lane to push the wave, forming a dual lane pushing to distract enemy. Let the enemy split their forces to defend lanes while we assemble mid, jungle, support, marksman to use numerical advantage and forcibly push down one of the enemy's high ground towers. Once a high ground tower is pushed and super minions are released, the enemy's lane pressure will increase significantly and we can easily master the match tempo. 3. Resource control. The Dark Tyrant and Shadow Overlord after 10 minutes are core resources. The Dark Tyrant can bring high damage bonuses to the team and the Overlord can release the Vanguard to push waves. Generally, prioritize controlling the Dark Tyrant because its damage bonus can give us an absolute advantage in team fights. Control the Overlord after the teamfight victory to use the Vanguard for pushing waves. Remember, before controlling resources, you must first occupy mid-axis vision to prevent the enemy from counter-pincering. After securing resources, use the resource advantage to decisively initiate a teamfight and push down enemy towers. After 10 minutes, 3 major taboos must be avoided. Many players fail because they commit these errors, letting their mid-game advantage go to waste. Blind pushing. Do not go to a side lane to push alone, especially for mid lane heroes. Late game solo pushing makes it very easy to be picked off by the enemy. Once the mid laner is killed, the enemy will take the opportunity to control resources and push towers, and the tempo is instantly reversed. 2. Defending mid alone. Absolutely do not defend the late game mid tower or T2 tower alone. The enemy at this time has already formed a group. Defending a tower alone will only result in being killed, and the tower cannot be held either. Assemble teammates to group up and defend towers, using the advantage of skills and defense towers to play a counter-attack teamfight. 3. Neglecting waves. After a teamfight victory, do not only care about chasing to kill enemies and neglect the minion waves. Without minion waves, even if you wipe out the enemy team, you cannot push down defense towers. Ultimately, you only waste the advantage and let the enemy reorganize defense after they respawn. In this lesson, from the 0-4 minute laning phase to the 4 to 10 minute mid-game operation and then to the team fight after 10 minutes, we thoroughly explained the tempo logic of the mid lane in Honor of Kings. Finally, let us summarize the core tempo of the mid lane as a whole. 1. 0 to 4 minute laning phase. Determine strategy by matchup. Advantage depends on vision and support. Disadvantage depends on status and adaptation. Keep in mind jungle defense and key timing. 2. 4 to 10-minute mid-game macro. Defending mid is the number one task. The mid-axis is the core. Execute the 5 major details well and choose attack directions according to vision. Controlling the mid-axis is controlling the global situation. 3. Teamfights and finish after 10 minutes. Use the mid-axis as the anchor, perform teamfight positioning according to hero type, combine minion wave management and resource control to terminate the match and avoid late-game major taboos. The mid lane, acting as the game's tempo engine, not just testing mechanical skills, but more about big picture and awareness. I hope that after this class, everyone can integrate these techniques into your own game. Practice more, think more, and slowly cultivate your mid lane tempo awareness to change from a solo mid laner into the team's tempo leader and reach top rank easily. The next time you play mid lane, follow today's time framework and record your operations for every single stage. See which stage you are not performing well in and make targeted improvements. I believe that as long as you persist, your mid lane level will definitely have a qualitative leap. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to our data analysis course. I am Bai. Today I mainly want to share some of my work experience from several years as a data analyst in the KPL. First of all, what is data analysis? Through many years of work, I found 3 key points that I want to share with everyone. The first key point is turning subjective content into standardized and objective content. For example, we use player data to judge which player is stronger, but the evaluation standard for every role is different. For mid lane players, we may look at damage output converted from economy or damage per minute. For junglers, we pay more attention to economy per minute and KDA data. Data analysis also exists in many other industries such as financial stock K-line charts. In fact, every industry has its own way of doing data analysis, so if we want to do good data analysis, we first need to understand the industry itself. For example, if we want to analyze Honor of Kings data, we first need to understand Honor of Kings, then we can use data analysis techniques together with our own game understanding to create things that are helpful for the game. There is also a lot of in-game data in Honor of Kings that everyone can pay attention to. For example, for junglers, whether they reach level 8 by the 4-minute mark is now a very important indicator. The second point is turning abstract concepts into concrete ones. For example, with the charts we create, like the charts everyone sees in different industries, they may look simple on the surface, but they actually contain a huge amount of data. We may organize thousands or even millions of data points into one simple chart so everyone can understand it, allowing massive amounts of information to be shown through a simple graph. This chart shows the number of games and win rates for a team on red side and blue side during a certain period of time. There is actually a lot of information presented in it, but you can very directly see this team's red side and blue side match count and win rate over the past 4 weeks. This is a more complete chart. The chart on the right shows the number of matches played on red side and blue side, along with the total number of matches. The chart on the left shows the trend over time, including the changes in red side win rate, blue side win rate, and overall win rate during this month. These are actually quite complex and abstract concepts, but we can make them concrete through charts. An important sign of good data work is allowing people who do not understand data to understand the chart. Data presentation should be kept as simple as possible. Some complicated charts may not be intended for non-professionals. Many players and coaches may not have a strong foundation in mathematics or statistics, so we need to make our charts as concise as possible. At the same time, we can use colors to present data more effectively. You can see here that I did not use a lot of text labels or annotations on the chart, but everyone can still understand the data through the colors. The blue color represents blue side matches, and the red color represents red side matches. Even though the chart on the left includes labels, I still used very clear colors to distinguish red side and blue side, and I added an axis to show the progression over time. All of this is done to help people understand the information in the chart more easily. So when creating charts, we should make good use of color combinations to present information. The third point is simplifying complex content. It is the same principle. On a single image or report, we can use pictures or charts to display content that cannot easily be explained through text alone. During BP on stage, there are only around 3 to 5 minutes in total. We need to deliver massive amounts of data to the coaching staff and players so they can make decisions together. This requires us to make our data presentation as concise as possible and focus on the key points. I think these are the 3 most important core ideas in data analysis. The example shown here is part of the database we normally use. This is only a small portion of it. The image on the right is something we show to the coaches and also to everyone here. It displays the hero pool of Team DRG over the past few years. It lists the heroes used by each player according to their role and number of matches. You can see that player Hua Yuan used Guan Yu the most. I also included the number of games, win rate, and the last time the hero was used. The last usage time is also a very important piece of data. Some players may use a hero frequently during the first half of the regular season, but in the third round, because of patch changes or differences in game understanding, they may stop using it as much. This affects your judgment of how likely the hero is to appear on stage. Of course, hero usage rate is only one aspect. We also use many other data dimensions when evaluating opponents, which I will discuss later. Overall, the data shown here is extracted from a massive database as some classic examples. Our database does not only record the data of the specific team we need, it records every match from every team and every hero used by every player. The KPL alone has more than 10,000 rows of data. Organizing over 10,000 rows of data into a single page is exactly what it means to simplify massive and complex information for everyone to understand. Next, let us talk about the second topic, which is the data analysis methods we commonly use in KPL training and competition. The first is scrim data. During the training process, the largest amount of data we get comes from scrims. Through time-based variables, we can observe the growth of a player or an entire team in certain areas during training, allowing us to identify where the team is strong, where it is weak, and where improvement is needed. Once goals are set, we can also see whether those goals have been achieved. For scrims, we look at win rates. The chart on the left shows the relationship between game duration and game results for a team during a certain period of time. I use different colors to represent different game lengths divided into 10 to 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, and games longer than 20 minutes. You can see that our team's win rate is relatively high in games that end between 10 and 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the team's win rate starts to decline. At that point, we can discuss with the coaching staff and specifically study what we are not doing well between 15 and 20 minutes and then carry out targeted practice. As for games longer than 20 minutes, I do not think they are especially meaningful because data needs to reach a certain volume before it becomes a reliable reference. I also want to point out that data analysis is not always absolutely correct. For example, in the Chinese server, heroes like Athena have very high win rates, but whether the hero is actually strong cannot be determined by win rate alone because very few people play Athena. We must also consider pick rate when evaluating the overall win rate data. I am not sure whether overseas servers have systems that show the overall win rates of each hero, but I also use this kind of information to help recommend heroes for the team. My method is to look for heroes with both high pick rates and high win rates. If we only look at win rate, we may find heroes that are not actually very strong but still have good win rates because their pick rates are extremely low. Usually only highly skilled specialists play those heroes, which creates a kind of survivor bias. People may think the hero is strong, but in reality, the players using that hero are simply very experienced with it, and ordinary players rarely touch it. For example, heroes like Shang Guan on the Chinese server are generally considered not very strong in professional play, but they still have decent win rates in ranked games because very few people play them, and those who do have practiced the hero extensively, it does not necessarily mean the hero itself is very strong. In scrims, we also list each player's average economy per game and economy per minute. Sometimes I separate the data between wins and losses, which helps the team better identify areas for improvement. Besides economy, we can also analyze damage, damage taken, and many other aspects through data in order to identify all kinds of problems. These are also some examples from our recent scrims. All of this can help us improve. The second is match data. Match data is usually used to study opponents. The image, besides presenting the opponent's hero pool data, we also create more detailed data analysis. Take a look. We analyze which heroes the opponent likes to use against our heroes. The chart on the left shows the matchup win rates of certain hero combinations in the KPL during a specific period of time. Let me explain this chart. The heroes in the top row are matched against the heroes in the left column. The number at the intersection represents the total number of games they faced each other. The number below it represents how many times the hero on top won against the hero on the left. To put it simply, Dun and Dahlia faced each other 24 times and Dun won 11 of those games. Ali faced Dahlia 31 times and won 16 games. Here, Agudo faced Zhenren 21 times but only won 3 games. Through this kind of data, we can identify matchups with unusually high or low win rates. For example, if the win rate is above 60% or 70%, then we can study it further. For example, with Agudo against Zhenren, Agudo only won 3 games. First, I would check whether my data was recorded incorrectly. If the data is correct, then I would investigate the related drafts and lineups involving Agudo against Zhenren and then provide better BP suggestions for my team. The chart on the right works in a similar way. It shows hero matchup data for a specific team. This data is selected only under candidate conditions. This team likes to pick Dun against Oghren. They picked it 4 times and played the matchup 4 times, although Dun was also used against other heroes. However, if we see a situation where one hero is almost always picked against another specific hero, for example, if Dun is consistently picked into Oghren, then during the match we can predict that once we pick Oghren, the opponent will most likely pick Dun. We can prepare in advance by banning it early or making other preparations, not only for BP, but also for our in-game tactics. This is one of the major ways data analysis helps with BP. Besides hero pools, we also judge the direction of a match through the opponent's hero combinations and win rates. Through hero pools, matchup data, and the opponent's drafting order, we can roughly simulate what kind of lineup the opponent will choose when we draft certain compositions. Combined with our own understanding of the current patch, we can basically simulate the BP for the first game, or even the entire BO5. This is how match research helps our training and preparation. The third major aspect of our work is creating heat maps and analyzing match replays. In China, we have a unified platform that can generate these heat maps for us, allowing us to quickly see the movement routes of each team and every role. We can also compare many different replays together. For example, the KPL spring has just ended, and the stronger teams mostly focused on playing around the top side of the map. Looking at the 2 finalists, KSG and Chengdu AG, we can use these heat maps to observe their movement patterns, identify around what time they start grouping up, and determine their main attack points. Through this, we can analyze the style of each team. For example, teams like Jinan RW, Beijing WB, and Chengdu AG often have supports that prefer following the jungler. Some teams prefer having the support follow the farm lane, some prefer following mid lane, and others prefer following the clash lane. All of this can be identified through replay analysis, allowing us to predict the opponent's habits in advance and help our players prepare responses ahead of time. Next, I want to show you one of the tools I recently made and share some of my data analysis tools with everyone. What we are looking at now is a hero and lineup combined query tool. First, let me show everyone the database behind this tool. It contains more than 5,000 rows of data. It records the time of each match, red side and blue side, the result of the match, the players participating, their lane roles, the heroes they used, the 10 banned heroes in order, summoner skills, team names and opponents. This K row here is an auxiliary row that I created. It is used to indicate which game of the BO5 this match belongs to. It also includes basic data such as kills, deaths, assists, equipment, and match duration. Match duration can be used to calculate damage per minute and economy per minute. Gold can also be used to calculate gold to damage conversion. We can also calculate average deaths and assist ratios to create KDA values. This table can already produce some basic data analysis, although I have not fully completed everything yet. After joining the new team, I realized our coaches really like checking opponent lineups, so I created this tool. It includes all data up to April. On the left side, I created 5 buttons that allow you to search by roles, which are Clash Lane, Jungle, Mid Lane, Farm Lane, and Support. This section contains the overall KPL data, and you can see how many times each role has used different heroes in the KPL. You can also enter the team you want to search for, and then check how many games they played with a certain hero and what their win rate is. All we need to do is click on a hero. For example, if we are searching for Beijing WB and click on Ma Chao's icon, we can see how many games Beijing WB used Ma Chao and what lineups were paired with him. You can see that Ma Chao was paired with Yang Jian twice and Luban Master twice. Since they only used it twice, we can only make a likely conclusion. Beijing WB used Ma Chao twice, and both times they paired him with Yang Jian. Since Luban Master and Yang Jian are usually tied together in the KPL, we can use our own game understanding to judge that when they draft Ma Chao, Yang Jian and Luban Master together, Luban Master and Yang Jian are functioning as a linked combination, while Ma Chao mainly serves the wave pushing role. We can also check team-specific hero data. For example, for Beijing WB's player Zemo, we can compare his Seekong's gold per minute, damage taken per death, and KDA against other KPL players. Through this type of simple data comparison, we can judge whether his proficiency on the hero is above or below the average KPL level. However, everyone knows that Zemo's Seekong is extremely strong, so data analysis only becomes meaningful after accumulating a sufficient number of games. The main function of this table is information lookup. It allows us to check every player's usage of a specific hero, including the bans in the draft, the lineup combinations, and the opponent's lineup. This can provide a lot of useful support. I will share this Excel with you. Since we don't have much time to explain in details, you can do some research on how to make your own data analysis templates, and this is actually not very difficult. Nowadays, there are many tutorials online, and AI has become very advanced as well. If you are interested, you can ask AI to explain these Excel functions, and it will teach you how to use them. Next, I want to talk about some of my thoughts on writing data analysis reports. There are many tutorials online about data analysis itself, but very few actually teach people how to design layouts or write data analysis reports. However, I think this is extremely important, especially because the reader's visual experience matters a lot. I think good layout design is just as important as data analysis skills. First, we need to distinguish the target audience and the occasion for the report. The first type is a more formal report, such as a meeting report or a formal monthly summary. If it is a digital version, we usually use a PDF, a long high-resolution image, or directly print it on A4 paper and hand it over. In this situation, people have plenty of time to read it. The way we write reports is also closely related to the amount of reading time the audience has. If people have a lot of time to read, then we should make the data as detailed as possible. The example here is our scrim data. Since everyone has several days to review scrim data, they may look at it today and then want to review it again after more scrims a few days later, so we can make it very detailed. This is only one page of the report. It includes data from wins and losses, as well as all kinds of statistics for each hero. It even includes comparison timelines that show data comparison charts for players like Nuan Yang. For this kind of scrim data, since people have enough time to study it, we should make it as detailed as possible. For data being used during matches, we need to focus only on the key points. During official matches, coaches need to quickly read information such as how many times the opponent used certain heroes, how many times they used specific combinations, and what lineups they recently played. We need to compress all of this information into a single page as much as possible, just like the example shown here. This is a type of document we may use during matches. It focuses on our opponent, Wolves. It contains several of their recent BO5 lineups, their commonly used combinations and win rates, while other pages include their tendencies and our alternative plans. Different report situations must be separated clearly so we can determine what kind of data should be produced and whether it should be concise or detailed. There are also informal types of data reports. Informal reports usually refer to things like game updates or sudden ideas where we want to create some quick data analysis to share with everyone. For example, this image was something I made after Zhang Fei received an update last year. His shield was buffed because the scaling changed from physical bonus scaling to maximum HP scaling. Everyone knew it was a buff, but nobody knew exactly how large the buff was. So I created a simple chart. I tested Zhang Fei with a full 6-item build. I included the equipment, arcana, and all related stats in the image, and I labeled all the conditions directly on the chart. These conditions must be written clearly, otherwise readers will not know under what circumstances the buff applies. From the image we can see that in the new version the shield value became 2311, while in the old version it was only 1687, meaning the shield increased by 625. For this kind of single hero data, after a patch update, we can present the old version values and the new version values side by side, then directly calculate the exact amount of the buff. This makes the information much clearer for readers. In these situations, we can also make the report more detailed. If we really want to go in depth, we can even create a formal report specifically for it, including all possible equipment builds and conditions in as much detail as possible. For example, we could analyze whether Zhang Fei's shield is stronger or weaker at different levels and with different builds, and divide the report into early game, mid game, and late game stages. Ultimately, the type of report we create depends on who requested it and what they want to know. If a player only wants to know how much stronger Zhang Fei becomes with a full build, then we can simply show them this image directly. But if everyone considers it very important, then we should create a formal report to explain it thoroughly. Another important point when writing reports is defining the theme clearly. We need to know what the report is about, what the main focus is, and what supporting elements are needed to help explain that focus. We should also translate professional terminology into language that non-professionals can understand and explain things differently depending on the professional background of the audience. For example, if we mention KDA and the audience does not play games, then we should explain the KDA formula and its purpose. But for everyone watching today's lessons, including players, managers, and team staff involved in competitive training, we do not need to explain what KDA means because everyone already understands it. We also need to clearly label the source of the data. For example, whether the data comes from official matches, scrims, or overall in-game statistics. We should also clearly identify the analysis target, whether it is a specific player, hero, or an entire team's overall data. This radar chart compares several statistics between Wolves player Gui Qi and Wuhan eStar Pro player Tan Ran. The dark blue outer circle below represents the average data for Clash Lane players. I think including the average Clash Lane data is very important because it allows us to see not only the standout strengths of these two players, but also the differences between them. When creating charts, if we only compare the data of these two players, the differences may not appear very obvious. In that situation, we can reduce the scale of the chart dimensions and stretch the spacing as much as possible so the differences become easier to see. The next key point I want to talk about is using as many images and charts as possible when presenting data reports. This is because the human brain processes visual information much faster than text. In fact, people naturally think in concrete images, while text itself is still relatively abstract. If we directly place images into the report, especially during matches, coaches can react faster and it can help the team make decisions more quickly. Especially when looking at this example, you still may immediately notice a huge difference. If there are 6 or 7 players in the sheet and you are reading all this text, it can become overwhelming. However, if we replace the hero names with hero icons, everyone can understand it much more clearly at a glance. We can even add color coding to the numbers. For example, players or heroes with win rates above a certain percentage can be highlighted with one color. Heroes with both high pick rates and high win rates can be highlighted with another color. This also helps teams identify key information about the opponent more effectively during matches. Talking about color usage in data reports, color design is actually very important because colors can communicate a huge amount of information. Let me give an example first. I have worked for several teams before, and whenever I write reports for team owners, I usually start by taking colors from the team's logo to establish the main theme color of the report. You can see the text colors here, including the colors used in the charts below. Both Wolves and WB mainly use orange as their primary color. However, for Wolves, I use more orange as the background color. For WB, because I noticed their uniforms are white, I adjusted the background to white as well, creating a different visual style. This allows people to immediately distinguish them. The image in the middle feels more like Beijing WB's style, while the image on the left feels more like Wolves' style. The report on the right was created during my time with Beijing JDG, where I used light red tones. I also want to explain why I did not use pure red as the background color. Orange can work as a background color, but red is too bright. Red is not suitable as a background color. When discussing color, there are 3 main elements. The first is the color name itself, such as red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The second is saturation. Red has extremely high saturation, and highly saturated colors are not suitable as background colors. However, since the team's primary theme color was red, we needed to adjust the saturation and brightness levels to achieve the desired result. Gradient colors are also a very useful method. Comparing the right side and the left side, even if I remove the text labels, everyone can still distinguish the difference in hero usage through the colors alone. White represents heroes that were never played. Green represents low usage. Yellow indicates higher usage, while red represents data that requires special attention. Using gradients to represent the amount of data is one of the common color schemes used in data analysis. Another method is using analogous colors. For example, everything here belongs to the red color family, but by adjusting brightness, saturation, and other parameters, we can still present different kinds of data. Our main theme uses light red, while the labels and charts below use a darker red. This makes the report look more visually appealing. Using complementary colors or distinctly different colors is useful for representing opposing types of data, such as red side and blue side in games. For red side and blue side, we do not even need text labels. The colors alone allow readers to immediately understand which side is red side and which side is blue side. We can also use pie charts to compare quantities. The main concept here is contrast colors. We can also use completely different colors. For example, using the three primary colors red, yellow and blue in the same chart to represent different kinds of data. This brings up an important point about when to use the same color and when to use different colors. When we want to emphasize comparison between data sets, we should use different colors to display them. For example, in this chart, we wanted to show how game duration and win rate affect our team, so we used different colors to highlight those differences and help us adjust the team's overall approach. We also use conditional formatting here. Each row highlights the top 3 highest values. These highlights can be adjusted manually as well. For example, we can identify which hero gives a player their highest performing statistic. Through this, we can judge player growth, compare them with other players, or compare them with average match data to evaluate whether the player performs well on that hero and how they are doing in scrims, allowing us to make predictions for official matches. Here are several additional color schemes. First of all, our color design should always follow a unified system. For example, the left side follows one system, while the right side follows another system. On the left side, the same color is used to represent the same type of data. You can see the overall damage is represented with red, while economy is represented with yellow. Using one color consistently for one type of data is completely fine. The right side also works well. There, one color represents one player across different statistics, allowing us to clearly see the player's performance across different data dimensions at a glance. Of course, there can also be many different approaches. Everyone can adjust these methods according to their own habits and preferences. Alright, that is all for today. Thank you everyone.
Hello everyone, I am Who Knew Sherry. Welcome to this sharing session on the professionalized training system of the KPL. Today, we will take an in-depth look at how a mature esports club uses a standardized training and competition system to complete the entire process from team building to winning championships. This courseware is designed to provide everyone with an editable and practical standardized training framework. We hope it can bring inspiration to your club management and operations. This sharing session will be divided into 10 sections. First, we will explore the core logic behind esports professionalization. Next, we will introduce the structure of a training and competition team and the responsibilities of key positions in detail. Then, we will focus on the psychological development system for players, which we believe is one of the keys to winning championships. After that, we will cover rookie scouting, player iteration, championship environment building, and standard operating procedures. Finally, we will conclude with a summary and discussion. First, let us talk about why professionalized training systems are necessary. In the past, many teams performed like a roller coaster and relied heavily on the individual condition and talent of players. The core of professionalization is turning uncontrollable factors into controllable processes and standards. This is reflected in 4 dimensions. First, moving away from the uncontrollable model of relying on form, talent, and on-the-spot performance while establishing a standardized capability output model. Second, making performance fluctuations controllable, reduce drastic fluctuations in team performance, establish mental resilience mechanisms, and minimize the impact of mental breakdowns on competitions. Third, building a talent development system to ensure sustainable talent supply. By creating a complete youth training structure, clubs can develop their own talent pipeline, reduce dependence on expensive transfer markets, and maintain long-term competitiveness. Fourth, using standardized management to protect players' health and careers. Through scientific management and physical health care, clubs can effectively extend players' career peaks and lower the risks of training injuries and psychological illnesses. In one sentence, professionalization means transforming uncontrollable individual factors into a controllable system capability. This is also the underlying logic of modern professional sports. Our training system has 4 core objectives. The first is team professionalization. Establish clear personnel matching mechanisms, define responsibilities, and build a closely structured, highly collaborative professional team. The second is scientific training. Introduce multidimensional data support for training analysis, establish standardized training methods and processes, and achieve quantifiable improvement in capabilities. The third, which is also extremely important, is mental stability. We focus on cultivating stress resistance, concentration, and mental resilience to ensure the ability to withstand setbacks in high-pressure competitive environments. Finally, our ultimate goal is normalized championship success. We aim to precipitate successful experiences, construct a sustainable talent and tactical iteration system, and achieve long-term competitiveness and replicable success. Research in sports psychology shows that in high-level competition, psychological stability is the key factor that determines fluctuations in player performance. So what does a standard KPL first team training staff formation look like? This is a typical setup. We have a training director who oversees the entire system and controls the strategic direction. The head coach is the core of the team and the primary person responsible for tactical planning and in-game command. Assistant coaches, also known as tactical coaches, help with daily training and targeted tactical analysis. Data analysts provide data support and opponent intelligence analysis. One important point is that psychological coaches have now become a mandatory role. They are responsible for relieving player pressure and building the team's mentality. This reflects the industry's increasing emphasis on players' mental health. Fitness coaches and rehabilitation specialists ensure players' physical health and competitive condition. Team managers handle daily life, discipline, logistics, team affairs, and overall team order while ensuring stable living conditions for the roster. The entire staff forms a closed-loop system responsible for all-around training and competition management. In addition to the main team, the development of substitute teams and academy training systems is equally important. Their positioning is the club's talent factory and the talent foundation for the Tier 3 KPL ecosystem, continuously supplying high-potential players to the professional scene. They are responsible not only for developing technical ability in rookies, but also for cultivating psychological growth and tactical understanding. This serves as the foundation for the club's sustainable development. A head coach is also required to guide tactical execution and practical competition training. The academy director is responsible for academy team building and rookie scouting. Data assistants are responsible for reviewing and analyzing training and competition data. Psychological support specialists focus on pressure resistance and mentality development. Fitness and rehabilitation staff provide foundational physical training and health management support. Next, let us look at the responsibilities of these key roles. The head coach is the soul of the team. When building a team, we follow 3 major principles. The first is the head coach responsibility system, which ensures efficient decision-making and clear accountability. Authority and responsibility are unified to ensure consistency and execution in the team's core leadership. The second is the principle of psychological prioritization. We emphasize that prevention is more important than intervention. Daily psychological development is far more important than emergency adjustments after matches. This requires a full cycle psychological support system. Finally, it is essential to break down barriers between different rosters and create talent pathways between the first team, second team, and youth academy. This creates a healthy talent circulation system and maximizes the exploration and utilization of human value. These principles come not only from industry experience, but also from scientific research. Studies in sports training science have shown that early psychological intervention can significantly extend professional careers. The head coach is the soul of the team. They are responsible for tactical design and BP strategy, building exclusive tactical styles and pick ban systems based on patch understanding and team characteristics. They are also responsible for creating training plans and deciding roster rotations. This includes designing high-intensity targeted training programs and scientifically arranging lineups according to player condition. The head coach oversees match command and team management throughout the entire cycle. From pre-match preparation to in-game direction and post-match review, the head coach leads the team's tempo and atmosphere while ensuring everyone is aligned toward the same goal. Assistant coaches or tactical coaches are the head coach's right hand. They are responsible for turning the coach's tactical intentions into actual competitive ability by implementing targeted training across laning, team fights, macro operations, vision control, and other aspects of the game. At the same time, they help players expand and deepen their proficient hero pools, conduct high-intensity sparring sessions, assist with BP simulations, and improve the team's tactical reserves. They also analyze opponent details through VOD review, complete editing for both internal and opponent match footage, and carefully break down enemy tactical tendencies and habits to provide the team with data and intelligence support. In addition, developing substitute players is also one of their key responsibilities. They develops and executes substitute training plans, supervises the daily training execution of substitute players to ensure the team's competitive state remains stable. Data analysts are an indispensable role in modern esports. Through deep research into the meta environment, opponent tactical profiling, and tactical database maintenance, they provide objective support for coaching decisions. From building BP databases to analyzing key tempo points, they conduct comprehensive quantitative analysis of scrim data, review critical mistakes in matches, and identify the causes behind key turning points in games. Data allows tactical planning to move beyond intuition and become more scientific and precise, providing the coaching staff with objective and accurate support for tactical and BP decisions. The logistics support team is equally important. Team managers are responsible for the player's daily life, discipline management, itinerary planning, and match compliance guarantee. Fitness coaches and rehabilitation specialists focus on strengthening hand and neck/shoulder muscle groups for protection. They provide injury prevention programs, post-match recovery training, and long-term health management services. The statistics show that the muscle strain rate among professional esports players is as high as 90%. However, systematic and professional fitness and rehabilitation intervention can reduce professional injury rates by more than 75%. Now we arrive at one of the key sections, the role of the psychological coach. Their work runs throughout the entire process, from daily psychological skill training to pre-match anxiety regulation, in-game mentality maintenance, and post-match psychological recovery. They help players build confidence and establish team trust, serving as an important guarantee for consistent performance. Daily psychological training includes concentration improvement, pressure resistance development, and emotional self-management. Psychological support during key stages includes pre-match anxiety regulation and mentality activation, in-game psychological reset after mistakes, and maintaining mentality during disadvantageous situations, as well as post-match emotional recovery and conflict communication. Comprehensive psychological development includes sleep management, deep rebuilding of player confidence, and strengthening team trust and cohesion. We must face the three major psychological challenges esports players encounter: collapse under disadvantage, emotional outburst, and stage fright during major events. These issues directly affect match outcomes. Sports psychology tells us that anxiety levels are negatively correlated with mechanical precision. Therefore, psychological ability has already become one of the core competitive strengths of professional players. Collapse under disadvantage refers to excessive self-blame after mistakes, causing players to fall into a negative cycle of repeated losses. Emotional outbursts leads to confrontational communication with teammates and mentality imbalance, directly lowering gameplay performance. Stage fright refers to players who perform strongly during practice but fail to deliver during important matches and cannot withstand pressure. To address these pain points, our psychological development system focuses on 4 major goals: stability, concentration, resilience, and unity. We want players to maintain stable mentality without becoming emotional, build strong psychological defenses, avoid emotional collapse and internal mental exhaustion during matches, and remain rational at all times. We want them to focus on the present by fully concentrating on current operations and decision-making without dwelling on previous mistakes or predicting future outcomes. They must also develop strong psychological resilience with an anti-fragile mindset, never giving up in disadvantageous situations, accepting defeat when necessary, and quickly recovering from setbacks and failures. At the same time, players must trust their teammates unconditionally, absolutely follow shot calling during matches, review together after games, celebrate victories together, and fight together through defeats. So how do we achieve these goals? We have a set of daily executable psychological training methods. For example, 10 minutes of breathing relaxation exercises every day to regulate heart rate and relieve muscle tension and stress. We also conduct mindfulness training to improve concentration by consciously focusing attention on the current task, blocking out both external and internal distractions, and increasing immersion during competition. Research has shown that mindfulness training can significantly improve concentration and reduce mistake rates. At the same time, we carry out mistake reset and emotional recognition training by simulating unfavorable situations such as losing objectives or losing match point. This trains players to quickly cut off negative emotions and reset their mental state instantly. Players also learn to recognize physical signals of anger, nervousness, or anxiety, and use specific techniques to regulate themselves back into the optimal competitive state, helping them manage their mentality more effectively. Psychological preparation before matches is equally important. We guide players to set process-oriented goals and focus on perfectly executing every specific action. This shifts attention away from uncontrollable match outcomes and toward controllable gameplay processes, preventing excessive anxiety. At the same time, we prepare disadvantage response plans in advance by simulating extreme situations such as being heavily targeted or losing match point. By preparing response strategies beforehand, we reduce the mental impact of sudden situations and build psychological resilience. By reviewing previous highlight moments and successful experiences, we establish positive subconscious anchors of "I can win," awakening competitive condition, and the belief in victory. Simple pre-match rituals such as high fives and team chants help remove barriers, integrate individual goals into the collective, and rapidly strengthen team cohesion and synergy on stage. During matches, psychological regulation becomes especially important. We require players to 1. Focus only on the present without complaining, blaming, or dwelling on mistakes. Quickly communicate and focus on the next second's decisions and execution. 2. Establish clear shot calling principles. The shot caller must maintain neutral communication, delivering information objectively without personal emotions in order to stabilize the team. 3. Before critical team fights, simple deep breathing can effectively lower stress hormones and quickly stabilize competitive condition. 4. At the same time, players must develop a damage control mentality. Even after losing resources, they must maintain stable tempo and avoid allowing temporary disadvantages to disrupt the overall tactical plan. After matches, psychological recovery work must immediately follow. We emphasize handling emotions first before starting reviews. players should calm their mentality, accept their current emotions, and then begin review analysis to avoid emotionally driven decisions. Players are guided to make objective attributions by rationally analyzing the factors behind victory or defeat while rejecting self-attacks and mutual blame within the team. Stress is released through exercise, communication, and other methods, while positive reinforcement is carried out in a timely manner by affirming every member's effort and areas of improvement. This helps establish and maintain positive self-efficacy and prepares players for the next match. Next, let us talk about rookie scouting. Beyond the well-known hard metrics such as peak tournament rankings and hero pool depth, we place even greater emphasis on soft indicators such as learning ability, execution, and psychological resilience. These soft qualities are often the key factors that determine whether a player can go further in their professional career. A talented player with poor mentality and no respect for management will struggle to succeed professionally. Hard metrics serve as the entry threshold and must ensure 1. Age compliance according to league and club eligibility requirements. 2. Competitive level through evaluation of peak tournament rankings and overall strength in primary roles. 3. Hero pool depth with the ability to rotate across at least 2 roles and more than 5 proficient heroes. Soft metrics include core qualities such as exceptional learning ability, tactical execution, and psychological resilience. Mental maturity with emotional stability and the ability to quickly recover under pressure and after failure. Professionalism, including positive team communication, absolute respect for management, and disciplined daily routines. After entering the academy team system, rookies follow a 3-level development pathway. At the academy level, the focus is on building professional habits, discipline standards, psychological adaptation, and strengthening fundamental abilities. After entering the substitute team, players begin tactical coordination and pressure resistance training while improving practical match ability through competition experience. Finally, during the main team preparation stage, players adapt to the high-pressure environment of major tournaments and integrate into the first team's tactical system and culture. During rookie development, our core focus is not only technical skill, but also the cultivation of professional qualities. This includes establishing structured daily life and work routines, developing the habit of daily review sessions, and continuously improving through reflection. Players must learn to follow shot calling and communicate effectively within the team while strengthening organizational discipline, improving cross-department cooperation awareness, and building clear and efficient communication and feedback systems. At the same time, special attention is placed on emotional management and tolerance toward criticism. Players must learn to properly handle constructive criticism and transform pressure into motivation for growth. We also focus on psychological adaptation under high pressure and disadvantageous environments by simulating real competitive scenarios, strengthening mental toughness under stress, and building a champion mentality. We have established a transparent promotion system to ensure fair competition. Promotion decisions are based not only on scrim data, but also on attitude and performance, including focus during daily training, individual training duration and quality, and team compatibility such as fit with the team's tactical system, personality dynamics, and match tempo. Psychological stability is also included, especially mentality adjustment and performance under high-pressure matches. Through a clear development pathway, every promising rookie has the opportunity to progress step by step from academy team to the starting lineup of the first team, stimulating vitality throughout the entire organization. A consistently successful team must possess the ability to continuously evolve. Our rotation standards are based on multiple dimensions. This includes player adaptability to the game meta environment, keeping up with meta hero trends, ensuring sufficient hero pool depth to handle BP mind games and avoid being targeted, while flexibly adapting to different gameplay tempos across patches. We also objectively evaluate the stability of player condition and individual skill ceiling based on recent scrims, ranked games, and official match performances. Equally important are psychological stability and team compatibility. The ability to withstand pressure and adjust mentality on high-pressure stages is a key factor for victory. We focus on whether players can remain calm during disadvantageous situations and avoid emotional mistakes that impact team performance. We also evaluate how well a player's style fits the team's overall tactical system, as well as the precision of tactical execution and team coordination during matches. Through scientific rotation, we ensure the team always maintains optimal competitiveness. Lineup rotation is the concrete expression of iteration. We follow three major principles. First, positions are earned through scrim competition. We break down seniority barriers and use overall performance in high-intensity scrims as the core standard for match opportunities, ensuring equal chances for everyone. Second, fairness and transparency. We establish a multidimensional and objective player evaluation system where rotation decisions are completely data-driven and free from subjective preferences or bias. Data speaks louder than personal judgment. At the same time, during the rotation process, special attention must be paid to protecting team atmosphere and player mentality. Sufficient communication must be maintained throughout the process, while psychological support systems are established to prevent negative emotions and preserve team cohesion. Regarding cutting player and roster reinforcement, our retention standard prioritizes attitude first, mentality second, and ability third. We prioritize developing talent internally through academy team systems and insist on maintaining internal talent generation capability by continuously discovering and cultivating promising new stars to build a sustainable talent pipeline. When strengthening through the transfer market, we value tactical compatibility and psychological resilience more than reputation or raw skill alone, ensuring players can quickly integrate into the team immediately after joining. Winning championships depends not only on players and coaches, but also on a strong environment. In terms of management environment, we emphasize clear systems and standardized management structures. Training schedules, daily routines, post-match reviews, and reward and punishment mechanisms are all clearly defined and transparent, providing a stable foundation for team development. Second, we emphasize smooth communication. By breaking down hierarchical barriers and establishing efficient communication channels, problems during training and matches can be exposed, discussed, and solved in a timely manner, improving team cooperation efficiency. Most importantly, we strive to create psychological safety by building an inclusive team culture where members are allowed to learn through mistakes. We insist on the principle of addressing issues rather than attacking individuals so that every player feels confident expressing ideas and trying new things. This is the first requirement for building a high-performance team. Cultural environment is the soul of the team. Team culture is the combination of shared values, behavioral standards, and communication patterns recognized by all members. It is the core source of team cohesion and fighting power. We are committed to building a championship culture where everyone shares the same goal and supports each other's success. At the same time, we establish an execution culture built on responsibility, strong execution, and results orientation, alongside a psychological culture centered on respect, trust, focus, and growth. These shared values and behavioral standards form the foundation for long-term team success. Finally, there is the support environment. We provide professional esports peripherals and training equipment, while gigabit fiber networks ensure low latency connections. We establish multidimensional data analysis systems to support tactical review and opponent intelligence analysis. Professional medical rehabilitation teams are equipped to provide muscle relaxation treatment and sports injury therapy. At the same time, we provide scientific nutrition plans and comfortable living environments to comprehensively support quality of life. Dedicated psychological counseling areas and stress relief spaces are established to reduce pressure from high-intensity competition. Comprehensive data analysis systems and psychological support areas are essential. One point that must be especially emphasized is sleep management, because sleep quality directly affects reaction speed and decision-making accuracy. Strict sleep management systems and soundproof rest areas are necessary to ensure high-quality sleep. To ensure every part of the system can be executed in a standardized manner, we created standardized SOP procedures for training. This includes the daily training cycle from morning practice to sleep schedules, with every step closely connected to maintain stable physical condition and competitive performance. It also includes the full season preparation cycle from patch research to major tournament simulation, ensuring every stage follows a structured process so the team's strength becomes reproducible and measurable on stage. Of course, even the best system still requires effective implementation. There are several key points here. First, leadership support and continuous resource investment are essential. System construction cannot be completed overnight. From top-level planning to practical execution, it requires firm support and long-term investment from management. Second, the coaching staff must share unified recognition of the system. As the core executors, all coaches must deeply understand the philosophy behind the system while maintaining unified standards throughout daily training and teaching. Third, continuous optimization must rely on data-driven improvement. Quantitative evaluation models should be established to regularly review operational effectiveness, identify problems, and guide continuous iteration and upgrades. Finally, and most importantly, patience and persistence are required because professionalized systems cannot be built instantly. The construction of a professional system is a long-term and systematic project. Only through patience and long-term commitment can final success be achieved. Finally, let us summarize today's core content. The essence of professionalization is transforming the uncontrollable into the controllable, thereby achieving stable results and ultimately winning championships. Professional teamwork is the foundation, scientific training is the framework, and psychological development is the soul. By combining a complete academy team talent pipeline, scientific roster, and a championship environment, we can build a true champion team capable of sustained long-term success. This concludes my sharing session. Thank you everyone for listening. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the feedback.
Hello everyone, I'm PD. I'm very happy to once again be invited by the officials to share some of my experience from the past few years in player scouting and talent selection. Here are some of the more well-known players I have coached during their rookie years while they were on my teams. Players like Jiang Cheng and Qiao Oxi were outstanding young talents from the early LGD roster. Xiao Luo, Zhao Dian, Zhu Yi, and Xiao Zai were part of the group known as the Youth Storm in 2023, and today they have become key players across various teams. Zhu Hao was a rookie I signed to KSG last year. He recently won the KPL Spring Finals and has established himself as a top jungler among the league's new generation of players. So today, I won't simply talk about how to find strong players. Instead, I want to share how to identify high-potential talent from a much larger player pool, how to determine whether a ranked ladder star has the potential to become a professional player, how to develop them through training and review sessions into true professionals, and how overseas regions should balance short-term results with long-term development. Part 1. Player recruitment in academy team. Player recruitment in China's academy team system begins with having a sufficiently large talent pool. Common scouting channels include high-ranked peak tournament players, hero rankings and role rankings, streamer tournaments and platform tournaments, academy boot camps, city tournaments, and recommendations within high-level player circles. Each of these channels provides unique value. High-ranked peak tournament players help us identify individuals who can consistently compete at a high level over a long period of time. Hero rankings and role rankings allow us to observe a player's exceptional ability on specific heroes or roles. Streamer tournaments and platform tournaments often showcase stronger individual mechanics and competitive drive. At the same time, they give us direct access to team communications. A large percentage of teammates around major streamers and smaller streamers are also willing to explore a professional career path. Boot camps make it easier to evaluate a player's communication skills, discipline, mentality, and potential for growth. An experienced coach can quickly determine both the ceiling and floor of a player's limit through concentrated training and observation. Reputation-based recommendations are also extremely important during the early stages of a region's development. The high-level player community is relatively small, and genuinely talented prospects are usually noticed very quickly by others within the same circle. However, there is one point that must be emphasized. Recommendations are only an entry point, and rankings are only an entry point. Every player must ultimately be validated through tryouts. A player with a high rating is not necessarily suited for professional competition. A mechanically gifted player is not necessarily capable of performing consistently within a team system. The first step of scouting is to place potential candidates into the talent pool. The second step is to evaluate them using more professional standards through cross-verification. After establishing the candidate pool, we typically evaluate whether a player deserves deeper assessment from 3 different perspectives. The first is HOK criteria. Does the player's age align with a professional development cycle? For example, our age expectations are relatively strict for Clash Lane and Farm Lane players. Ideally, a player should be capable of becoming a starting player and carrying major responsibilities by the age of 18. The requirements are slightly less strict for junglers. Mid lane and roamer players generally have more flexibility because those roles rely more heavily on accumulated experience. Other factors include whether the player's peak tournament or ranking meets the club's standards, whether their hero pool has sufficient depth, and whether they have any history of serious violations, intentional losing, or toxic in-game behavior. These standards determine whether a player has the basic qualifications to enter the professional system. The second is competitive criteria. We evaluate whether the player possesses clear strengths within their role. This may include laning ability, tempo control, teamfight decision-making, map awareness, resource management, and whether they can consistently carry games or consistently execute team strategies. Not every professional player needs to become a superstar core. However, every player must provide clear value within the team's structure. The third is professional criteria. This includes whether the player can handle high-intensity training, whether they can understand and accept coaching feedback during review sessions, whether they are willing to change their existing playstyle habits, and whether they possess basic communication skills. In the KPL, many top HOK players tend to be quite introverted. We often joke that they are socially shut off. If such players do not make an effort to improve themselves, the number of roles they can effectively play becomes very limited, and their professional achievements will also be capped. From my experience, one of the few highly successful professional players who remained relatively quiet was Nguyen from E-Star. Even then, that success was built upon having Kat and Hua Hai as highly active shot callers within the team. Professionalism is especially important for overseas regions because many high-ranked players in emerging regions may be accustomed to relying on individual skill to solve problems. Professional competition, however, demands discipline, information sharing, strategy, and execution. Player evaluation should not focus solely on overall skill level. It must also account for role-specific attributes. Different roles influence the game in different ways, and therefore require different evaluation criteria. Players need to find a balance between mastering the details of their own lane and understanding the fundamentals of other roles. For Clash Lane players, we focus on laning details, side lane management, engage and flank awareness, and whether they possess a relatively independent hero pool. A strong Clash Lane player must not only withstand pressure, but also create opportunities to enter fights during the mid and late game. The jungler is the engine of many teams' tempo. Key areas of evaluation include jungle pathing, early game tempo planning, objective control, the ability to enable teammates, and the ability to close out games. For overseas regions seeking short-term competitive success, the jungler is often one of the highest priority positions to strengthen. For mid-lane players, we evaluate wave clear efficiency, roaming timing, skill accuracy, teamfight positioning, and synergy with the jungler and roamer. The mid lane is not simply a damage dealer, it serves as the bridge between early game tempo and mid-game teamfights. For marksman players, we focus on laning consistency, ability to play under pressure, farming efficiency, gold conversion rate, and teamfight positioning. A marksman's decision-making in late-game teamfights often directly determines the outcome of an engagement. For support players, we pay close attention to vision awareness, tempo transitions, engaged timing, mechanics, overall game understanding, and leadership ability. A mature roamer can turn scattered pieces of information into unified team action. Among all evaluation dimensions, I recommend focusing on 4 key qualities: talent, stability, adaptability, and professional attitude. Professional attitude is the most fundamental requirement. Can the player be punctual? Can they accept criticism? Can they maintain training discipline? Can they stay self-motivated through the repetitive cycle of review sessions and practice? These qualities may seem less visible than mechanics, but they often determine whether a player can truly become a professional. Without a strong professional attitude, it is like a pyramid without a foundation. Any future professional career becomes impossible to build. Adaptability determines the floor. Many high-ranked ladder players develop strong personal habits. If they are unwilling to change their playstyle or accept team responsibilities, they may perform well in youth training environments in the short term, but struggle to integrate into the intense demands of professional competition over the long run. Stability determines development value. Professional competition is not about a single highlight performance. It is about delivering results throughout an entire season. Anyone can perform when ahead. What matters more is whether a player can remain composed when behind, recover after consecutive mistakes, and continue performing under pressure. This is especially important because HOK has a very dense competitive schedule. Players who can maintain a high level of performance over a long period are particularly valuable. Talent determines the ceiling. It is reflected through reaction speed, mechanical precision, spatial awareness, teamfight instincts, and the speed at which a player understands game changes. Truly talented players often make decisions under pressure that others would never consider, yet afterward, those decisions seem completely logical. Next, we are going to talk about what training looks like in academy development. The core objective of academy development training is to transform a high-ranked player into a professional player. Ranked games emphasize individual performance, while professional competition emphasizes teamwork. Ranked players can often solve problems through mechanics alone. Professional competition requires discipline, information sharing, strategy, and execution. As a result, training must accomplish at least 4 things: establish professional match understanding, standardize hero pools, develop communication habits, and improve team coordination. From the perspective of player scouting and development, we frequently encounter several common issues. The first is a lack of team awareness. Some players possess excellent individual skill, but rely too heavily on solo play. They are unwilling to sacrifice resources for the team and struggle to consistently follow tactical requirements. This often causes them to become disconnected from the team during critical moments and may even lead to reckless decision-making. The second is an unbalanced hero pool. Some players are only proficient on a small number of signature heroes. Once the meta changes, their competitiveness drops significantly. Their value during BP also becomes limited, making them easier for opponents to target. The third is insufficient communication ability. Professional competition tests not only mechanics but also information coordination. If a player fails to provide timely information, focuses only on their own role, or communicates poorly during team fights, it will directly impact team decision-making and overall tempo. The fourth is unstable mentality. Some players perform very well when ahead, but become impatient when behind. Mistakes then affect their subsequent performance. They may also be overly sensitive to criticism and lack resilience under pressure. These issues are not simply individual weaknesses. They directly affect whether a player can adapt to the professional system, integrate into team-oriented play styles, and consistently perform under the pressure of high-level competition. Fortunately, these problems are not alarming during the academy development stage. That is why targeted instruction should be introduced as early as possible. The earlier a player is in their professional journey, the easier it is to correct bad habits. Fundamental training should focus on laning, skill execution, hero proficiency, and efficient goal generation. Teamwork training should focus on mid-jungle roamer synergy, coordination between side lane pressure and frontline tempo, vision control, engages, and counter-engages. In terms of game understanding, players should be encouraged to participate in BP discussions from the development stage onward in order to deepen their understanding of compositions. During matches, they should avoid limiting their perspective to their own lane and instead learn to think about resource trades, wave management, and overall map strategy from a broader team perspective. Communication training should emphasize concise and accurate information sharing, such as key skill cooldowns, enemy positions, and teamfight decisions. For mentality and discipline, coaches should observe how players respond to criticism, whether they remain self-motivated during long training periods, and whether they genuinely embrace the identity and responsibilities of being a professional player. Next, let me introduce what a KPL rookie draft looks like. Hope it will give you some insights on this subject. The KPL draft is essentially a key bridge between the academy development system and professional clubs. For the league, its purpose is to improve talent mobility, provide opportunities for new players to enter the professional system, and increase transparency in player recruitment. For clubs, it serves as a way to add young talent, reduce the cost of developing players independently, and make targeted selections based on roster weaknesses. For players, it offers an opportunity to gain the attention of professional clubs and move from academy development programs or secondary competitions into a higher-level competitive environment. Before the draft process begins, clubs must first clearly define their own roster needs. In other words, we need to determine which role requires reinforcement. Are we looking for a player who can immediately enter the rotation or even compete for a starting spot? Or are we looking for a long-term prospect with developmental potential? We must also determine whether the player is intended to strengthen the main team or serve as a reserve for the substitute team, while evaluating whether the budget and development timeline are aligned. Once these needs are clearly defined, the second step is to build a candidate list. Clubs need to systematically evaluate player profiles within the draft pool, collect footage from previous matches, review tryout data, and cross-reference performances from academy development programs, secondary leagues, and ranked games. This helps avoid making decisions based solely on a single match or a single data point. The final step is reaching a unified decision through internal evaluation meetings. The head coach focuses on the player's competitive fit within the existing tactical system, team style, and positional requirements. Data analysts provide objective performance metrics and comparative evaluations. Management considers roster planning, budget, and development direction before determining draft priorities. Through these three steps, clubs can move from selecting players based on intuition toward a more systematic and rational decision-making process. When selecting new players, evaluation should focus on 4 key areas. The first is competitive ability. This includes whether the player possesses solid fundamentals in their role, whether their hero pool is sufficient for professional competition and BP requirements, whether they have meaningful competitive experience, and whether their performance is consistently reliable. The second is compatibility. A rookie does not exist in isolation. They are joining a specific team environment. Therefore, it is important to determine whether they fit the team's existing style, whether they can address weaknesses in the current roster, whether their position or resource requirements conflict with core players, and whether they fit the current meta. The third is growth potential. Clubs do not evaluate rookies solely based on whether they can compete immediately. They also evaluate whether the player is worth investing in for the future. Factors such as age, career timeline, learning ability, mentality, and long-term potential must all be considered. The fourth is risk assessment. This includes discipline, injury history, performance volatility, communication skills, and the player's ability to adapt to club management and professional standards. Overall, draft selection is not simply about choosing the player with the strongest individual ability. It requires balancing competitive strength, team fit, long-term potential, and potential risks. The decision-making logic on draft day generally follows several priorities. The highest priority is the superstar prospect. Even if such a player requires time to adapt to professional competition, they are worth developing. A good example from basketball would be Victor Wembanyama, a player capable of reshaping an entire organization's strategy around him. In KPL, another example was JDG spending $6.5 million to acquire Ju Hao, who was widely considered the strongest prospect of his draft class. The second category is roles with urgent needs, particularly roles such as jungler and roamer that have a major impact on overall team tempo. For example, after AG won the 2023 KIC, Cat was no longer able to maintain the same workload and competitive intensity. AG decisively traded for an earlier draft position in order to secure Dashwai ahead of other teams. The third category is immediate contributors. These players already have competitive experience and can quickly integrate into the team's training system. For example, during the summer season of 2020, Jinyu was already considered an older rookie at 18 years old. He joined eStar during a transitional period and filled the marksman role after Huahai moved to the jungle position. The fourth category is strategic depth. These players are selected because they fit specific heroes, specific metas, or specific tactical systems. The benefit of this approach is that player selection becomes purpose-driven rather than emotional. Every draft choice serves both the team's immediate objectives and its long-term development plan. For example, when Qing Qing first joined JC, the predecessor of DYG, he was primarily known for his strong split-pushing heroes. Coach Lin later built an entire 3-lane pressure system around the team, maximizing lane dominance and eventually leading DYG to its only championship. The development of rookie players can generally be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is adapting to the club system. After joining the club, rookies must become familiar with the training schedule of a professional team, learn the team's internal tactical language, and gradually establish consistent communication habits. At the same time, the coaching staff evaluates their professional attitude, discipline, and adaptability. The second stage is entering internal competition. Rookies cannot remain in the observation and development phase indefinitely. They must prove themselves through competition against academy teams, substitute team players, and main team players. They are evaluated through scrims and internal matches, while receiving specialized training based on their role. This stage helps determine their true ability and rate of improvement. The third stage is determining their development path. After a period of training and evaluation, the club must decide whether the player is ready for main team rotation, should continue developing on the substitute team, or would benefit more from opportunities through loans or transfers to another organization. For overseas regions, it may not be necessary to immediately replicate a complete draft system. However, the underlying principles are worth adopting: build candidate lists, collect match footage and try out data, cross-validate performance through youth development programs, secondary competitions, and ranked games. Then allow coaches, analysts, and management to evaluate candidates together and establish clear recruitment priorities. When it comes to player selection, managers and coaches naturally approach the process from different perspectives. Managers are generally more focused on overall team operations and risk management, with the goal of creating long-term value for the club. The first area they evaluate is player stability. This includes whether the player can maintain a strong training attitude over time and whether they are prone to emotional fluctuations, disciplinary issues, or inconsistent performance. The second area is team dynamics. Managers need to determine whether the player will positively contribute to the team environment, whether they can accept rotation decisions, whether they respect the coaching staff's authority, and whether they are willing to integrate into the existing team culture. The third consideration is contracts and resource investment. Managers evaluate whether the contract cost is reasonable, whether the player has developmental value and future transfer value, and whether they possess commercial potential. The fourth consideration is public image and brand impact. Managers need to assess the player's reputation, fan base, and suitability as a public face of the organization. At the same time, they must evaluate any potential public relations risks. Finally, managers consider roster sustainability. Based on current season objectives, future roster plans, and the balance between veterans and rookies, they must determine whether it is necessary to begin developing future successors in advance. Coaches, by comparison, focus more directly on competitive performance and tactical execution. The first factor is meta-adaptability. Coaches evaluate whether a player is proficient on the strongest heroes in the current meta, whether they can quickly learn new heroes, and whether they truly understand the pace and priorities of the current version of the game. The second factor is hero pool and BP value. This includes whether the player's hero pool is deep enough, whether they can take responsibility for first pick heroes, whether they are vulnerable to bans, and whether they can provide tactical flexibility through flex picks or unique hero selections. Under global ban pick rules, the ability to play first pick heroes and the ability to flex heroes are two extremely important strategic advantages. For example, some teams are not comfortable selecting Lubin Master as a first pick. As for flex picks, one of the most obvious examples from this spring season was Ma Chao. In many cases, he would be selected within the first 3 picks as a Clash lane hero, only to be moved into the jungle role during the final 2 picks. The third factor is scrim performance. Coaches pay close attention to laning quality, teamfight decision-making, execution of instructions, and overall error rates. The fourth factor is match execution. This refers to whether the player can successfully carry out pre-match plans, maintain clear decision-making under pressure, and sustain consistent communication quality in both scrims and official matches. The final factor is performance under pressure. This includes performances in crucial matches, the ability to adjust after being targeted by opponents, performance under public scrutiny, and the ability to recover during losing streaks. Neither perspective is inherently right or wrong. A truly mature player selection system incorporates both perspectives into the decision-making process. Players are not recruited solely for the next match, nor solely for the next 3 years. Teams must find balance between short-term results and long-term development, between veteran experience and rookie potential, between individual mechanics and team execution, and between star power and roster stability. Therefore, I recommend that overseas clubs establish a small review committee when making important recruitment decisions. Coaches provide competitive evaluations, managers provide risk and development assessments, and whenever necessary, data analysis and tryout performance should be included as objective references. Ultimately, the goal is not to select the most famous player, nor necessarily the player with the highest rating. The goal is to select the player who best fits the team's current stage of development and objectives. For overseas teams, I would like to offer recommendations on 2 different levels. If the short-term objective is rapid competitive improvement, teams can prioritize building around key positions. For example, an imported Chinese jungler or marksman can serve as the team's core. The jungler can take responsibility for early and mid-game tempo as well as shot calling, while the marksman provides late-game teamfight decision-making and consistent damage output. This approach can help a team establish a functional competitive structure quickly, while also allowing local players to learn professional match tempo from higher-level teammates. However, if the goal is long-term competitiveness, especially in non-Chinese speaking regions, teams must eventually transition toward local rosters and locally developed BP systems. The true sign of a mature region is not the ability to temporarily import strong players. It is the ability of local players to understand the meta, local coaches to develop systems, and local clubs to continuously cultivate new talent. 5 local players also possess significant communication advantages. Teams can consider developing straightforward compositions that emphasize strong team fighting and reliable crowd control chains. When building an academy development system, overseas regions do not need to pursue highly complex structures immediately. However, 3 elements are absolutely essential: training, review sessions, and player movement. Without training, players cannot develop systematically. Without review sessions, mistakes cannot be transformed into experience. Without player rotation, teams lack internal competition and promotion. For regions with sufficient resources, another option is to send high-potential players to China for closed training programs. Exposure to a more demanding training environment can accelerate their understanding of professional competition and help them achieve a significant leap in game knowledge and professional awareness. In any top-tier esports region, the real advantage does not come from a single superstar player. It comes from a stable and well-functioning talent system. The KPL region can continuously produce professional players not because high-ranked ladder players naturally become professionals, but because over time, a relatively complete mechanism has been formed across recruitment, training, competition, management, and decision-making that filters and transforms talent. On the recruitment side, high-potential talent must be identified from a large sample pool. On the training side, high-level ranked players must be transformed into professional competitors. On the competition side, scrims, drafts, and league play continuously validate player quality. On the management side, players must be able to consistently perform under high-pressure environments. On the decision-making side, managers and coaches must jointly balance performance, risk, and future development. For HOK overseas regions, the goal today is not only to find the next star player, it is to build a pathway where more young players can see a clear route into the professional system, can actually progress through it, and can remain within it. When this pathway becomes clear, the talent supply within the region becomes more stable. When talent supply becomes stable, club competition becomes healthier. When club competition becomes healthier, a truly international competitive ecosystem can emerge. This concludes today's sharing on player selection. Thank you everyone. If you have questions, feel free to ask.